Okay, so ideally I would have something up on the screen, right? I'd have something cool up on the screen to show you. But I have nothing right now. So pretend the black box is there. And then, you know, the experience is like, good afternoon, everybody. Except I made this PNG tuber more so as like a for when I'm like gaming and like doing a lot of like FPS streams. So you kind of got an attitude, you know? Because when we gaming, I got an attitude, but this doesn't quite express the emotion that I'm feeling right now. It's working though. Sick. Okay. Because what I want to do is have condensed. Okay, hold on. Brain cell moment. Brain cell moment. I also need to update some of the like partnered brands and stuff because that's outdated. Um, but my main goal was to essentially have different artwork for each theme, I guess. So, because I have this PNG tuber that was fairly simple and it works. It's the bare minimum. The PNG looks super good. Thank you. Thank you. This is actually my own artwork. It's I updated my profile picture, so the PNG tuber, the little character sitting on top of the car is this PNG tuber. I originally just drew it for fun, and then I was like, wait, I think I got something here. But I also have, hold on, I'm gonna just kind of cycle through my different scenes real quick, and you'll see some of the other PNG tubers that I be working on. It's definitely a work in progress. So we have the first two that are going to be in the bottom corner of the beginning screen, right? So those two little peeker ones, and then I also have this one that I've been working on. This was my first time trying to animate anything. But the idea was to try and make it look like they're floating, but I did it backwards instead of forwards, so it looks like they're falling, and try to make it look like they turn, and you know what I mean? So I'm working on that, but trying to turn it into a PNG tuber is not exactly going as smoothly as planned. But I did the thing, right? I do the thing, and because this artwork is quite literally based off of this photo. um, so it's all like I definitely used this as a reference to draw the other one. But yeah, those are all my own artwork. I do have a few PNG tubers that I've commissioned, but it was a long time ago and my vibe was completely different. Hello. I'm sorry, I just be yapping right now. Kimmy, hi cutie, how are you? You just living life, looks great. Thank you. Okay, so I meant to upgrade my webcam because so I went and like moved my PC and I plugged in, unplugged everything, redo thing. I gotta put something in this black screen. Hold on, this black screen is bothering me. What do we want to play? Want to play Stardew Valley? This is my like cyberpunk screen. We're gonna play Stardew Valley. I don't care. We gotta test shit out one way or another. Originally, I wanted to stream Overwatch because I was so excited. I actually did like I filmed my reaction to seeing that Demon went live in Overwatch, and I wanna stream it, but at the same time I've been waiting for Demon to come to Overwatch for so fucking long that I'm like, I need the fucking webcam. I need to like film my actual reaction because you have no idea how long I've waited for Demon. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Cause hear me out. Ever since ever since the Shooting Star cinematic for Diva came out, which is a straight reference from Pacific Rim, by the way, which is a straight reference from an Evangelion, by the way, which is just like wonderful all the way around. Demon has been part of the lore, right? She is Diva's rival. And realistically speaking, when I first started playing Overwatch, I'd hated Diva. I hated her so much. And I thought, because I was like, oh my god, no, I'm not a girly girl. I hate Pink. And now I love Pink. Shut the like, I love Pink so much. But back then, I really wanted Diva or Demon to be like an actual character because I wanted to cosplay her and I wanted to be different, you know. And now I love Diva. Long story short, I've waited for this for such a long time, and I think she's also voiced by a Twitch streamer, and I'm just like, go Queen, go Queen. I'm not familiar with like this particular creator, but go Queen. Also, I've been trying to test out and balance audios and stuff, so if like music is loud or if there's an echo or anything like that, please let me know. I just be kind of yapping. What was I doing? Oh, right, Stardew Valley. We gotta put something up here. This is boring. This is the only PNG tuber overlay that I have mostly worked out. So I don't have a just chatting screen yet, so we gotta put something in here. This is I know how to do my job. Give me a sec. Capture specific window. Please capture Stardew Valley. Be an angry ass farmer apparently. Because hear me out, right? When I'm like, especially if I'm playing like Valorant, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, there's a lot of times where it's like, I do be like, oh, you know, I'll plug my Twitch or something real quick. Oh, did that work? Yippee! Wait, where's the game? Found the game. Wait, where's the game audio? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where'd it go? Hold on. How am I doing today? So far, so good. Other than, I don't think I added game audio to the screen. Does anyone hear Stardew Valley? Hold on, I'd be taking notes of things I actually want to fix here. But yeah, the reason why I drew this particular PNG tuber to be so angry looking, I guess, to have a bit of an attitude is because I know the demographic of people that play in bronze lobbies like me, and if they're coming to my Twitch, either they're gonna be really nice or they're gonna have some shit to say, and I needed my PNG PNG tuber. That's a tongue twister. I needed my PNG tuber to be able to clap back, you know. But that's also why I have like this other whatchamacallit. Hold on a sec. That's also why I was working on this one of my just chatting one. But it's turns out it's more complicated. Turns out it's more complicated to rig this the way that I originally envisioned. Because my idea was to have her just kind of like floating up and down, right? And then she turns to the side and like would open her mouth whenever like either I got a message in chat or maybe I talked. It would play that animation in some shape, way, or form. And the idea would be that she is talking to the little angel kitty on her shoulder, which is kind of like her little... It's always been like her little mascot, you know? And then ideally I would have chat kind of attached to this in some shape, way, or form. So if someone were to send a message, then there would be a little speech bubble that comes out of the kitty, the little angel cat, you know? So it would be like her and the cat talking together. But that was much easier to say than do. So turns out I have a lot to learn about how things work. But yeah, no, wait, where's the sound? My bad. I was fixing the audio for Stardew. Before I get carried away. But yeah, I'm one really sorry for being AFK for so fucking long, but also at the same time, I drew a lot of cool pictures. I definitely, long story short, in complete honesty, I was really on that grind and I bit off way more than I could chew and then got cold feet and then just needed to step away from just social media in general. But I'm a lot better now. I'm definitely in a way better place right now, and I would be even in a better place if I could get the game audio working. That would be wonderful. That's good. Stardew, let's go. Honestly, okay, so I really like Stardew. I put this was I think my first farm. I'm just playing Kimmy. This is my big one. Also, at the same time, if Spotify is going, then maybe I don't need that. Oh wait, is Spotify even going? Girl, hold on a sec. I'm hella confused. I'm not confused. I am master streamer person. I don't know. Add Stardew. And then I need to go. My B fam, give me a sec. I'm pretty sure that I should have had the media added. I'm not like the game audio. Is it mixed in with the Spotify? Oh goodness. Yeah, we'll go stand in a really cool spot. I'm not gonna flex. I'm flexing. I'm flexing. oh, oh, this is my reminder of what to do because I only log in every now and again, so I put a sign in my bedroom to remember what I'm working on. We'll go sit at the bar. We'll go sit at the bar. Don't move the piano. There we go. We'll sit at the bar. If you one of those days. If you one of those days. No, because I thought that if you add game capture, the source game capture, then I thought that it would automatically add the game audio. But I'm assuming that you guys can't hear the game right now. I apologize. Give me a sec. Did that work? Eeny, meeny, miny, this one? Okay. Eyes. Oh no. Oh no, why there no game audio? Where'd it go? Uh, Hold on a sec. I'm just going to check with some settings. Let me just I'm still here. I'm still here. I just don't have a non-gaming overlay right now. Because I'm assuming that maybe the game itself is not going to my audio splitter, and I don't remember how to change that. Um, let me brain cell. Okay, if I was Stardew output, where would I be? Where would Secret Stream Beauty? Hey, hey. Okay, so I'm okay, yeah, I'm trying to figure out where my Stardew audio is. I lost it. If anyone hears little poppy clicky noises, I don't really know how to explain this, to be honest. Yeah, no, I've been doing a lot of upgrades kind of behind the scenes, and I don't know if any of them work. Clearly my game audio does not work because it should be making little noises, you know? Game audio, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch Stardew by its tail. Oh no. Because I've definitely been wanting to come back to streaming, but it's just trying to get over like the fear of like, oh my god, what if we face another legendary 2 hours of technical difficulties? And then I remember that the streaming category exists, and I'm like, oh shit. I still haven't gotten past year 1 yet. That's okay. That's okay. If the fact that you're here right now, you can tell people that you have vicariously made it to uh you through me, through us. This is a team effort, right? Where the fuck are the stats? How do I oh god, I haven't logged in so long. What day is it? What year is it? Oh, do I have to go to sleep? Hold on. Maybe I have to go to sleep. Me. I'm just when are we? Oh, that didn't tell me shit. That just it didn't tell me anything. Um, you can tell people that you do this, do numbers, lots of lots of. I maxed out this account. I have no life. Let me log in and try and figure out where the game audio went. Cause why is it not? Oh, let me actually check. Let me open another window of settings. Let me go to my system settings because I haven't streamed in so long, so my everything is not actually rigged to go live. It's just rigged to function. I don't know if that makes any sense. Game. Wait a minute. Is it just that it's too low? Oh, do not exit. Do not exit. Do not close the game. So that there's not enough. No, it still doesn't look like any game audio is coming through, huh? Interesting. Where did she come from? Where did she go? Let me log out of this real quick and then try again. I think you can only do certain settings In the title screen? No. Yes. Maybe. Oh, do not change the language. Do not change the language. Oh my goodness. I swear to God, if we change this to the wrong language. Interesting. Let's go. Wait, let's go. We officially raised $21. I never actually ended the campaign from last year's charity stream, but also coincidentally, I'm planning to do another charity stream soon, which is why I want to test everything. So we're like, we got a good start. We got a good start. We're pretty swole for a like. Triumph. Wait. You change your username. Who are you? Who is this? God damn it, you. I was like, who the fuck else has been here since for that long? She doesn't even know who this was. I was like, wait a minute, it's purple. Wait, this is a purple username. Nice try. Nice try. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if I recall correctly, I don't know if Twitch is doing it again, but I know for Dom Domain? I can't read. Oh my god. You don't need a webcam to see. I still can't read usernames. Either way, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the cookies. I'm still trying to figure out where the game audio is. Might be. Hold on, let me lock in for 2 seconds. Okay, if I were game audio, where would I be? That's a good question. Okay. Words go here. Low key, I've just been thinking that that would be really funny to put on like a t-shirt or something, you know? She still can't say my name right after all these years. I want to say Dominic, but then I see the hello, and I'm like dom do 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 whoa whoa do dom no no domino dom domino whoa. Oh wait, it is domino whoa. Girl, it, it may have been a year since I've last been live, but I still can't read shit. I would say, oh my god, it's because I don't have my glasses on, but that's not true. I still can't. I'm gonna blame it on um me focusing on the Stardew Valley settings. I'm gonna blame Stardew Valley audio going missing for everything now. Domino Wells. Um Mostly just because, okay, so hear me out. Wouldn't it be super cool if I could just switch between all of the different games and then the audio would just work? You know what I mean? But this game audio, because that's the thing is that I usually don't play one game and one game only. I normally switch around. Um, Especially if I don't plan out streams beforehand. Like it's really common for me to like start on one game and then go to another and then do whatever. But the problem with that in the past that has added a lot of stress that eventually led to me kind of burning out for a bit was that the audio just I would have to like reconfigure the audio every time and that was just extremely frustrating. Um so I've spent a lot of time like trying to upgrade my system, trying to upgrade Oh, wait a minute. Am I did I Hold on a second. Hold on. Point is I got new ways to split my audio and new little doodads and bells and whistles, and now I'm not sure if they're all on the same page and if they're working. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing is that I hear the audio, but I'm confused as to why I can't get the audio working on stream. When was the last time you changed about something major? Wait, that's a good question. That is a good question. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, no. So, okay, I got really excited and all giddy for a second. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for asking. Thank you for the cookies. Yeah, fuck Stardew Audio. I am the audio, bitch. Oh wait. Start a new farm? No, take me back to my comfort place. No, I do not want to step out of my comfort zone. No, 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 no. No, thank you. Bulma's birthday today, by the way. Oh my gosh. We'll pretend that's Bulma right here. Right there. Go to sleep for the night? No, thank you. Something that I've changed my mind about something recently is that ooh, gosh, where do I even start? I've been through so much. I have been through so much just like personal life bullshit thingamajig in the past just since April, right? Just since April this year has been oh my god. Um but realistically speaking, it's really just embracing the fact that life is too short and that being scared of failure is essentially just going to lead to things not getting done, you know? That it's how do I put this? It's kind of like you know when you were younger and like I don't know if anyone else went through this, but going through school, there would be times where I would do homework or I would do projects and it wouldn't be fully done, right? Like maybe it was like 90% completed, but it wasn't perfect. And so I just wouldn't turn it in. And so lately in life, I've just been kind of trying to catch myself in those moments where I feel like I'm about to give up and it's just like, wait, no, is this me just not turning in my homework? You know? Like is that what's happening right now? And so trying to essentially do my best and do what I can in the moment, even if it may not be necessarily super perfect. And when I don't like when mistakes happen, because inevitably they will happen, right? Um, look for ways to learn from it and do your best, not just with your words and apologizing, but also like with your actions to make up for it and to not just like when it's just you and your reflection in the mirror, right? But like make up for it not like to the people around you. That sounds wrong. But like essentially like do what little you can to be like, "Hey, dude, like I'm really sorry. It's been a rough day. I fucked up and shit is just like my bad, you know. I really dropped the ball and like I may not be able to do much, but like what I can do, I'm here for, you know, like and just letting the fear of failure not dictate my life and like whether or not today is going to be a good day or a bad day. Your first stream back is for Bulma. Oh my god. Actually, funny story. Funny story about that. Um the one of the main cosplays that I do, air quote cosplays, I say that because I don't really necessarily cosplay anymore. Um simply just because I found that like when I have the tendency to be very like competitive, right? So and not just like necessarily with others and whatnot, but also just like with myself, like circling back to that same mentality of I I wish everything was perfect, and if I worked, put my blood, sweat, and tears into this cosplay, and it wasn't perfect, I would not post it, I wouldn't share it, I wouldn't like, and like that's totally fine. Like that's honestly more normal and expected to just dress up and have fun. Um, but in my case, it's like I really want to turn my passion for fashion, into a career. And that starts with when collecting artwork and like thinking up designs and everything like that. And that is something that I've been working on kind of secretly and passively behind the scenes, and why I've been gone for so long is that I'm hoping to eventually open a little store eventually. I think that would be quite fun. But the reason why I bring all of this up is because I do go to a lot of anime convention. I do go to a lot of anime events. I do most most of the times, like if I'm doing makeup and like stuff and I wear a wig and a cool outfit, people are like, "Oh my gosh, you're cosplaying." Realistically, that is technically just my outfit, but I mean, if because cosplay is quite literally dress up and have fun. It's literally just costume play, right? So I consider myself dressed up and I'm having fun. It's not a character, but it's honestly, there's a story behind every outfit that I do, and I could tell you an entire background and backstory for every single outfit that I do, but it's technically not cosplay. But okay, the reason why I bring this up and how it relates to Bulma is that the most recent, like, I guess, like photo shoot thing that I did, the photo shoot that I did, because I recently changed my profile picture and stuff, that wig, one, I bought it because I wanted to cosplay Bulma. I wanted to do Bulma for Anime Expo Chibi way back in the day, and I, um, honestly, it was like one of those things where it's like I really liked cosplaying her, but I never really posted too much about it because I knew that, oh, because I wasn't a diehard Dragon Ball Z fan, but I really enjoyed the character and just kind of like she was an inspiration for so many other characters that I really like. Um, I didn't really continue to cosplay her that much, but I still love Bulma. So happy birthday, bitch. But that being said, despite not cosplaying Bulma directly anymore, I still had the wig. So I still continued to wear it to events and stuff like that. And that eventually kind of became my own character until I found like other artists and like other, I don't really know how to explain it. We're like, "Oh, it's Miku." Like, sure, I guess it's Miku. It's whoever you want it to be. And like there was there's another artist, Blood Code. I don't think I have my chat things working. Hold on, give me a sec. Does this work? Yeah, so this artist in particular has a mascot named Haru, which is, oh, I didn't mean to hit that button. Oh, that's okay. I didn't go anywhere. Who has similar, like a similar hairstyle to Bulma, i.e., the same wig that I've been wearing to conventions, and people are like, "Oh, you're like Goth Miku or whatever," and it's like, sure, whatever. Like I just, oh my god, stop teleporting back home. Stop it. Um, and so it's just kind of like such a small world on how that connection eventually, like, it's just really cool. And it's like I want to do more Haru cosplays in the future. Like I'm thinking about maybe doing my own, like fleshing out a story of making like using that wig as character inspo the same way that I used, hold on, let me pull it up real quick. the same way that I used this photo to inspire this character. Oh, wait, bitch. Yeah, that's the fucking wig. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like this was originally my Bulma wig, and I wanted to just kind of match the character on the hat here. So I, just put it in pigtails, and people are like, "Oh my god, you're Miku." And I'm like, "Sure, whatever." But that photo inspired this little piece of artwork, and I don't have the photo available that inspired this particular one. Because basically what I do is I use that photo as a reference, use it to like figure out the line art, and then draw a character on top of it. I know it's not like the most original, but like it, it it's fun, okay? It's fun and it works and I like it. Do not water the ground. Okay, that's fine. But I think it's just a small world and like how everything just happens to kind of work out for a reason, you know? So it's like it all started with that little Bulma cosplay. And that wig has taken me through so many it's seen some shit. Oh my god. Like it has been stuffed in a suitcase. It has been like worn like through absolute hell and back. That wig has been with me for so long. My bad. I got carried away. I've been wanting to reach out a lot recently and see how you've been, but I know you sometimes just want to get away from everything, so I didn't want to bother you. I appreciate that. Not a secret student, me, Truck. What's up, dude? How you doing? Oh my gosh, I apologize. I kind of just got locked in for story time for a bit, but no, I really appreciate it. And I'm gonna be completely honest, like I've been just struggling so much with just learning how to be at peace with myself and like learning to like regulate my emotions and learning to just be okay with everything. Um, especially after Mama Chibi passed away, which is actually kind of funny because it brings me back to Stardew. In my Stardew farm, because this is my big boy. This is my main farm, right? I actually do have. She has a little PvP cabin. Um, she's not around, so it's not like she actually plays it or anything. But theoretically speaking, if Evan got internet and Stardew Co-op would reach, then I have a cabin already for her. But I also don't think I can upgrade it because you would have to upgrade your own thing. But I make a little garden for her, and it's right next to Grandpa's shrine, and it's kind of in game because you take over Grandpa's farm in game. Can I read this? Hello, Grandpa's shrine. Oh, very descriptive. Thank you, game. But yeah, it's not done, and it also ties back to kind of what I was saying earlier of kind of how I wanted her little tribute garden to be absolutely perfect and like completely ready before I came back to streaming, so that way in moments like these I could be like, wow, look at how good of a Stardew gamer I am. I don't know. But I kind of realized that it's okay to go live even if I don't have like my farm's not perfect, the game is not completely ready for show and tell, but I put a lot of work into it, mostly just because I'm not gonna lie, I really just kind of wanted to flex as like, oh yeah, look, I'm such a gamer. Look at my perfect like Stardew run. But it was that fear of failure. It was that fear of like failing to impress someone with my skills and needing to like back it up in one way or another. And that's just not happy. That's and bring circling back to Domino woes point earlier, something that I've really changed my perspective on in life is that um it's okay. It's okay that if it's not perfect, life is too short. Just do the thing, you know? Just do the fucking thing. And trying not to get so caught up into like what I was saying earlier of like, oh, well, these cosplays aren't perfect, or like my makeup was kind of meh, or whatever. Or it's like, who cares? Do it anyway, you know? And I've been really wanting to, like, and this relates back to it, in the sense that I've been really wanting to come back like full swing, hit the ground running, have a full on like re-debut and everything. Wanted to like put together like an entire website and like do an official launch and stuff. And honestly, it's like one, I've been working on like upgrading my website and like I'm still working on it right now, but it is live. I don't know if I have a PB Maidenless Kimiko. That was one time. We play Elden Ring one time and we can't get past the tutorial. I'm sure I could do it. It's honest. That's got to be on my fucking bucket list, you know? Beat the tutorial in Elden Ring. Still no maidens. Shame. Honestly. Yeah. No, same. I've started doing moto vlog stuff after my mom passed year, and I've been doing pretty well. I'm so glad to hear it. Honestly, pretty swole for a white guy. I'm I'm really glad to hear it. Whether you're just new or like, you know, you've returned, do not water the floor, Stardew Valley. Oh my god. Whether like, you know, you've been watching my channel for a while, whether you just lurk, whether you just come in and you say hello, honestly, every single click and button I genuinely support, and it doesn't matter how much or how less or how, I don't care. I'm just happy to be here, and I'm glad that anyone that is here right now or listening is also here. Like, but Pretty Swole for a White Guy has been here since the beginning. Oh my gosh. That's why when I was like, okay, hold on. You may have changed your username, but I still, in moments like these, I wish I had my webcam. Because I went and I upgraded a bunch of stuff, and long story short, my previous webcam does not like work with my system right now. So I do have a new one, but it is a physical, like actual camera that needs a battery to run. And so unless I want to keep switching out the battery every few hours, I need to get a dummy battery. And again, going back to what I was fucking saying earlier, is that I've been like, oh, well, like, I need to wait until I'm like absolutely 100% totally ready to like invest in this full on upgrade and go full swing, like 0 or 100, and like buy the best like extension accessory to like blah 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 blah. And it's just like, girl, I'd be looking at myself in the mirror sometimes and I'd be like, girl, it's a $20 cable. Just buy the cable. It doesn't have to be a whole ass event. It really doesn't. And I'm gonna be real with you. That's why I'm using a PNG tuber today and not testing out my webcam, is because I've been like so stuck and fixated over, oh wait, I think my wine is done. Give me a second. I've been so stuck and fixated over, yeah, she's done. She done. Yeah, no, real talk here. Come here. Come here. Look me in the eyes right now. I don't have my webcam. This is the best I can do. Come here. It's that, like, I've been so fixated on not being able to buy, like, the best, most efficient, smallest upgrade. Because realistically speaking, as soon as I got my camera, I also bought, it's called a dummy battery. And, we can go stand by our little battery station, actually. We can go stand by the solar panels. Hold on a second. That'll... Oh, don't water the ground. Anyways, it doesn't fucking matter where we stand in game. But yeah, no, I bought a a new camera. It's definitely like a huge upgrade to what I had just shooting things off my phone. It's I think this is the Canon PowerShot V1. I got it pre-owned and refurbished, so instead of paying like I don't know what they go for right now, but I got it on sale. But it was definitely a bit of an investment that I've been saving up for. And as soon as I got it, I got a dummy battery so that way I could plug it in um to a power brick and put the dummy battery into the camera itself, and it would be able to run infinitely as long as I had a power source. And so I got that, and it just turns out that I just literally bought like it was the same battery, but it was like for the wrong model. So it fit, but it didn't stay like long story short, I bought one that I thought was gonna be a one all purchase. Like I was gonna be able to it was going to be able to do this, and I was going to be able to take it on the road, and it was going to be mobile, and I was going to be able to do IRL streams, and I was going to be able to do blah, 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 yeah, Kimmy, yeah, Cheebs, you get it. You get it. Solar, my love, I'm so sorry. I missed your message. I'm sorry, I'm yapping right now. I be yapping right now. But, yeah, let me finish my train of thought, and I'll catch up with chat real quick. I've been so fucking hyper fixated on like, oh my god, I bought the wrong battery off of Amazon, and I know you can return it, but I'm gonna be completely real with you. The main thing that's like stopping me from like most things in life is my fear of the front door. I'm a homebody. I was a very sheltered kid, you know. I spent a lot of time just um indoors, you know, like it was school, it was sports, and that was really it. And so now as an adult, I'm very comfortable being home. I'm very comfortable like spending a lot of time indoors, and that was also reinforced during the pandemic, during kind of like the final years of my like early adulthood, like what is it? I think for females on average it's usually the brain finishes developing around like 22, 23, I want to say, and then on average the last study that I saw said that for males it's around 25, 24, 25. The frontal lobe fully finishes growing and developing. So during those like stages of my life was when the pandemic hit, and you know it kind of just really reinforced like I am very comfortable being home. I am very comfortable like just hanging out. I would say that I'm a very social person, but I very much prefer being able to invite people over or like get a pack of beers and like go hang out as opposed to constantly going out to a lot of events and a lot of clubs and whatnot. I will say if you follow my Instagram, be like, well, Kimiko, you're always at like blah 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 blah. You're always at like raves and events and you posted this. You posted. You told me. You zoomed in on Stardew Valley and you told me, you know. But realistically speaking, a lot of those is because, you know, my friends are doing really cool shit. My friends are out there, like curating the perfect playlists for these events. My friends are out there hosting open decks to try and give like DJs a chance to get their name out there and like, you know, like I'm selfishly like I'm really just like posting for them, and I think that it's great to help out. And like I was kind of saying earlier, it's like I may not be able to do much, but what I can do, I'll do. Like in that may just be, as you see right now, me just pushing buttons. I push buttons. That's what I do. When it comes to social media, it's kind of the same thing, but it can be a very slippery slope being on socials, you know? Like it's tying back to what I was saying earlier of like it's really easy for me to be like, oh, well, it's not perfect. I'm not going to post it. Even though I may have spent hours and hours curating something or working on something, putting my blood, sweat, and tears. Oh my God, my inventory's full. Sorry. Um, into something and just not doing it. And so it's just one reason why I've struggled so much getting my personal brand off the ground is because I don't like to go out the front door. As you can see, even in game, I like to stay indoors. I have a workshop. I got a library. You know, I got a wizard forge. You know what I mean? Like even when I have the chance virtually to do literally everything and go out and like be social, I guess, I decided to make a coffee shop in my house or fill out an entire room instead of you know, making friends and having them over in game. I made a bar for myself. Or a garden in the attic. A functional library, you know. I'm a homebody and I realized that within itself again, and I know I'm like a broken record, is also a very slippery slope, you know? Like it's easy to just keep to myself and watch life go by, but realistically speaking, like I don't want to just watch life go by. Like I don't really know how much else to explain it other than the main thing that I struggle with right now is not necessarily putting in all the work. It's pushing the button to go live. And like that ties into like, oh, you know, again, the main reason why I have my PNG tuber instead of a webcam right now is because I purchased a dummy battery so I could do long form streams. Like I used to back in the day. And not have to worry about the camera battery dying. Realistically speaking, the camera battery is gonna be fine for like a few hours. You know what I mean? It's like I even tested it out. It's able to run for like 3 or so hours until the camera battery dies, and that's like a good stream length for if I was to do it multiple times a week. You know, but it's because I'm not able to do it like full send and like do those 14-hour marathon streams like I used to on a daily basis when I was on that grind years ago. Um, that's stopped me from even trying to go live right now, you know? And it kind of just got to the point where I was just running out of excuses to tell myself of I'll just go live tomorrow. I'll just try again tomorrow. I'll just do it again tomorrow, you know? It's been so long since I've been on Twitch. I didn't notice. Girl, same. Girl, same. The last time I went on Twitch was actually for the 1 year anniversary of Mama Cheap's passing. And the reason I'm actually on live Twitch today and like why I want to like kind of come back is because this week is going to be the second anniversary of her passing. And I know that she wouldn't want me to give up. Mostly because I was streaming on Twitch, I think, for months, and it wasn't until she made a little account and just lurked in my streams that I finally got 3 viewers. I finally got 3 viewers, and I was able to get my Twitch affiliate. And so when that happens, it means that I could finally potentially start making money. And it wasn't, until I had that third average viewer that I was even able to get this far. And the story between like me and my mom is a lot. There's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes. But also, I've been really working on myself mentally a lot because there's a lot of lessons to be learned, but it's not an easy story to digest, and it's definitely not an easy story to tell. But life is short, and if I'm gonna leave anything behind, it's not even just for me, you know? I was fine watching my life go by, but when she passed away and seeing everything that she still had left on her bucket list, I'm like, fuck, dude. You know, it's for the both of us now. You know, like, oh, apparently there's a festival happening in game. I wasn't even paying attention, but it's I I gotta live life for the both of us now. You know, like I gotta go and I gotta show her like that it is worth it and that, you know? And it's like I can't do much. But small things like this, like this little aquarium in game that I pass by every single day when I be grinding in Stardew. um is kind of a is real cheesy. It's real cheesy. I know. I'm a cheesy person. I love me some Doritos, some cheesy ass Doritos. But in this game, you can actually put sea urchins in fish tanks and do not move the entire fish tank. But you can put sea urchins in fish tanks, and if you also drop hats in the fish tank, then the sea urchin will equip them. So this fish tank in particular is okay. So quick little backstory about me is that um my dad was a fisherman and he caught like all different kinds of fish, but the main ones that like we would throw in the barbecue and like cook up would be crab and albacore. Um, I just like the squids. I just like the squids. That's my little addition. But in this fish tank, I have crab and albacore as a reference to that, and then I have 3 sea urchins because I'm an only child, right? It's just me. It's just me and my Delulu dreams up in here. But oh my god, do not move the fish tank. But I have a sailor's cap on one for my dad, and then I have the bridal veil on another one for my mom because they got married on the beach, and the way that they actually the way he proposed is that they actually went on like this little romantic like fishing trip and like got a canoe and they're out on the river and stuff like that, and he popped the question. And she was so excited. Lore, like legend has it, is that she was so excited that she like threw off her like protective gloves from because they were fishing, right? And like getting to know each other so quickly to see if this ring fit because she was just so eager to say yes. And let me tell you, I be my mother's daughter. Not like in the sense that like I also got I, no, I not the ring story, but in the sense that I'd be excited as fuck. You know what I mean? So that's like a little reference to that story. And the last one, the chicken mask. This is my favorite hat in Stardew Valley. It's so silly. Um, and I think it's even funnier. Oh, it's hiding behind the shell. Do not take that down. I misclick. I'll take it out real quick. But yeah, you can put the chicken hat on the sea urchin, and that's me. That's that me. This is my little family family thing. Um, but yeah, you know, it's like realistically speaking, can I change the world? No. What can I do? I can push buttons and I can yap. I can tell her story. I can tell stories that like I think other people might need to hear. You know, like I know that it's a small change, but realistically speaking, like if I'm gonna leave anything behind, that's what I want to do. And it took me a really long time to just kind of be okay with that. One, to realize it. Two, to be okay with it. Three, to be able to express it, you know? One, express it in a way that makes sense, but even more so, be able to express it while being an entertainer. You know what I mean? Um, being able to multitask and my inventory is full. Fuck. Welcome back to Twitch. Thank you. Oh wait, let me lock in. I can read. I can oh the oh no. Oh no, oh no, it's not hiragana. It's not fully hiragana. No, don't tell me. Hold on. Wait, let me cook. Let me cook. Uh, uh, give me a second. Fun story is that like I actually learned how to I originally learned the symbolism for hiragana when I recall mentioning earlier that it was really just school and sports growing up. Occasionally I would get the opportunity to go out and like dress up and cosplay. And that's one reason why I'm so passionate about cosplay. I have a lot of love and respect for it, you know, and I've been anyways, I'm getting a bit off topic. But this relates to everything I was saying earlier in the sense that we didn't really get to go like I didn't really like do much. I was very sheltered at a certain point in my life. But one of the times that I really got to just kind of like unwind and I felt safe usually would be on road trips, you know? When we'd be on road trips, it would be very much like okay, like um people are like locked in on driving and I would be able to like just kick back in the back seat and I would be able to bring my books or like my shows or like watch movies. I would be able to draw. I would be able to kind of do whatever I like. It was like a little like freedom like moment, you know, creatively. I'd be able to like look out the window and feel like, oh my god, I'm in a movie right now and my iPod sounds so good with the passing by. I feel so dramatic, you know, like normal kid stuff. But that state, like that ability to just kind of get into that flow state, to be able to focus on a drawing was really one of my only opportunities to because, you know, it was a moment where my brain just felt safe enough to. And I actually there was a long ass road trip that we had to do from what are you doing here? What? Look at this guy. What are you, oh I didn't mean to hit that button. I'm fine. I didn't um my mom had her old textbook from college, her Japanese textbook, and I remember just like staring so intently, like a little book light, and like had a little napkin, and I was learning like all the different symbols of hiragana. Honestly didn't even know how to pronounce them correctly until I myself took Japanese later in life. But it was just kind of like a core moment, and it's kind of I need to get back into practicing it because there's moments like these where I would love to be able to like, yeah, I can read that without having to think. Um, but if I recall correctly, that's definitely ta, and then with the little quotation marks, I don't remember what they're called, but it's da. I want to say that the following one is girl, I don't fucking know. I want to say it's like in the rarirurero passenger princess type shit. I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like it was more like space cadet. I was just along for the ride. I was I was in the back seats. I was camped up. Like road trips are some of like the fondest memories that I have growing up. You know what I mean? I would say that nowadays, we have a treasure train. I don't even know what that means, but heck, dude. Sorry, ADHD moment. Um, One of my fondest memories. I know I'm getting off track, but I promise eventually I'll probably, hopefully, circle back around. Um, is again like it was driving up and down the West Coast. It was a road trip with us and some family friends, and it was me and some other friends. Like I can't remember all of our age differences. Point is, all the kids were in like the back seat of the SUV, and my mom was an absolute fucking like baller for this, right? So she took the portable DVD player because there was no laptops back then, right? There were no laptops that could do this. There was no gaming laptops or like stuff like that. There was no Nintendo Switch or anything like that. So she took the DVD player and the PlayStation 2 and she rigged it and got like an adapter so that way you could plug in like a normal wall that poured into a cigarette lighter. And this was probably a horrible idea and a fire hazard, but it was such a core memory. And she set it up so that way we had because the screens weren't built into the cars back then either. So that way we could have like the screen propped up on the back seats and all three of us could be in like the far back with the controller. And I didn't have very many games, right? Because I had consoles, but I didn't quite understand the concept of gaming until I got a lot older. Um but I think the only games that we really had were like Madagascar. And so it was like a 9-hour car drive from like along the West Coast, and all the kids are in the back seat like playing games. But I we were all spaced the fuck out. I don't really think that we were a menace. It was definitely nothing royal or regal about it. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Nowadays, because of that, I definitely consider myself more of like a co-pilot. You know what I mean? Like if I'm in the passenger seat, I'll be like, okay, you need me to change the music for you. You need me to like let me open the water for you, make sure the straw is in there so that way you don't have to take your eyes off the road when you drink from it, and you don't have to like tilt the bottle up and it like gets in your sight. Like, oh, like do you need like, oh, we're getting food, hold on a second, let me like open your wrapper so that way it's like you can just hold it with one hand and like just put the napkin on your lap, like, and be able to eat but keep it one hand on the road and stuff like that. Like, oh, like XYZ. Like I very much be like a co-pilot. I don't like I know people will be like, "Oh, backseat driver," but the problem is that I don't drive. So I don't actually know how to tell any people how to drive or have any opinion on driving. Uh so I'm just trying to help however I can. You know? I I'm genuinely just happy if I'm in the passenger seat. It means I'm probably getting a lift someplace, or I'm just being able to pay a friend for like gas money or something like that. And that's so much cheaper than Uber, girl. Girl, I, I girl, come here. Look at me in the eyes. Look at me in the eyes right now. Like, you know how expensive Ubers are. I had that with the GameCube. Oh my gosh. See, it's such like a core memory. Such a core memory. But yeah, I'm so sorry. So circling back to what I was saying earlier, um, I roughly know katakana. Kanji is completely out the fucking door. The only one I could no, I'm not even gonna say that I could recognize any of them. I can't. I really can't. But I want to get back into it. I kind of think that it would be fun to try and like do little like I don't know, should we do like Duolingo streams or something? I think it would be kind of fun to learn together. Mostly just because, hear me out, as someone, I'm 3/4 Japanese, but I'm also a fourth generation American immigrant. I am so Americanized that English be my first and only language, and even then, oh god, it's ooh. Big same. I also do not drive. I'm not even gonna lie. It's so intimidating. I have a very like happy connection with like road trips and stuff growing up, but there's also a lot of times in my experience learning to drive that it's just a bit traumatic, and like there's a bunch of things that like, not to get off tangent, but like, or off topic, but it's more so like oh, I lost my train of thought. Give me 2 seconds. Either like car accidents or like someone not wearing their seatbelt, or like, just hearing the horror stories of just things gone wrong on slippery roads. I'm a very like, oh, oh. I, it's just another reason to stay home for me. But then I also realize that life is too short and I need to fucking go outside more, even though I can play Stardew and have a garden in my attic and be happy with it. But you know what I mean? Japanese is my first, and it's way worse. Maybe you'll get a kick out of me trying to learn the language that my because okay, I guess like some more backstory on me is that I grew up speaking English, right? My mom grew up Japanese was actually one of her first languages, so how do I explain this without it being confusing? Her mom and her grandmother, so my great grandmother mostly spoke Japanese. So growing up, she was like able to like understand it, and she was able to speak it until like she got older, and like she just didn't keep up with it, and so she kind of forgot it over time. But it's very funny and still makes me laugh to this day is that she relearned Japanese through anime. And it's funny now. It's funny now, but when you're a teenager and your mom adds desu to the end of everything. So and so chan kawaii desu. Ma ma no. Oh my god, it was very hard growing up. It's a fond memory now. But oh my god, did I when I tell you that I was so fucking embarrassed because back then anime was not cool, right? Anime was lame, and it was like me trying really hard not to be a weeaboo. I'm an otaku, even though oh my god. I'm sorry, I had to say that with an American accent, but and that's the thing that's like I kind of want to be more of a voice for is the in between, right? Because in Japanese culture, being an otaku means more so you're someone that does not leave the house. Otaku meaning house. It means the building house, right? Home. I'm not like rough translation. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But from what I understand, it is referring to someone that is a shut in, someone that doesn't leave the house. It is a negative connotation. However, in Japanese, like in the West, in American culture, especially in like Western anime culture, it has become a symbol of pride. It means, oh, I know a Japanese word that means nerd, and that's what I am. You know what I mean? Um, and so in the States, it's kind of like a good thing. You know what I mean? It's referred to as like a cultured nerd, even though that's not what it means in Japanese in Japanese culture. In American culture, it's like, oh, back then, or at least back in like I'm thinking like 2000s, like close to 2010, 2009, somewhere around there. Being a weeaboo referred to someone who was extra loud and made otakus, I guess, have a bad name. These are the people that like, and honestly, like now that I'm older, low key same, but like the only thing that they could really ever talk about would just be anime. And low key, I was that, but also, like I said, growing up, I really only had school and sports. So because sports was such a huge part of my life, I definitely learned to mask it fairly well. And so, you know, back then, it was more so I don't even really know how to explain it. Um, I'm also hold on. What train of thought? Let me double check. What train of thought? You mean this? Yes. I mean this. Like when you end a sentence. Uh God, how do I even think about what words? Watashi no namae wa Kimiko desu, right? But because she relearned Japanese from anime, she pronounced it desu. Desu yo ne. Ah,そうですね. Ma! 上手です. And I'm just like, as a teenager, I was like, oh my God, this is so cringe. But like, as an adult, I don't really give a fuck of because I just be living my own life and people are like, you are cringe. And I'm like, I have not. You want to see cringe? Oh my God, let me pull out the yearbook. I wouldn't actually do that because that would kind of be doxing myself. But like, you know what I mean? Also, if you try any commands in my chat and they don't work, could you please let me know? Because it's been so long since I've been streaming that I genuinely have no clue if I still need to like double check all of them. Her mom sounds like she had a great personality, and that's the thing that's like I absolutely fucking adore her, right? Like, because okay, a lot of people, sorry, like the whole history and like culture behind like Japanese American like culture in general, but also specifically fixating on the anime side of it. Um, because we're gonna talk about what happened during the war. If we're talking about internment camps, that's a whole other stream. I don't think I can. I don't think this is a Stardew kind of conversation. You know what I mean? Like that was intense. But a lot of people actually believe that cosplay came from Japan and that cosplay is originally Japanese, and that's historically just not right. At least from a technical standpoint. So the term cosplay actually came from what I believe it was I can't remember if he was like a newspaper writer or a journalist. I know that at the very least he was some form of journalist visiting the States and attended a Star Trek convention. So back in the day, Star Trekkies would like dress up as their favorite Star Trek characters. And this is definitely where like Comic Con like originated from. You know what I mean? Like way, 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 way back in the day. And so saw all of these people dressed up as these characters and having fun. Like they're all enjoying the event. So he referred to it as cosplay, short for costume play, when he reported on the event back in Japan, right? So that's where the term cosplay originally came from. And it came from referring to Star Star Treks. Like, you know what I mean? So the reason why I bring this up and why it circles back to what I was saying earlier is that my mom, like, she was super duper fucking cool, right? She was one of the like OG nerds. Like, she was one of the people going to the Star Trek conventions. She was dressing up, making her own outfits. You learn to sew because you can't just buy your cosplay. This cosplay wasn't even a thing yet. You know what I mean? And it's because of people like her, like that like all these subcultures even started and like sprouted out and like combined and you know what I mean? And it's very frustrating to see that she passed away without really getting her story out there. And kind of the this does all tie back into like why we do charity campaigns this time of year, and there is more to say here. I will say it's a very emotional topic for me, and it's something that I usually like to prepare sorry, prepare for a little bit more beforehand. But it does kind of tie back into what I was talking about earlier of something that like I've changed my mind about recently, and like just wanting to get my story out there, and not even just my story but also just getting out my mom's story as well. And I can't change the world, but in moments like these I could like tell people that like, fun fact, you want to hear about the origin of cosplay? Well, hear me out. She's an OG mega fan. Yeah. This is like she grew up in a really small town, and I did as well. And it was her, without getting too much into the nitty-gritty of it, when you grow up in a small town and, her family was like just immigrating over, it was hard fitting in. Like this was right after World War II, right? So after like the internment camps and stuff like that. Um and also just everything she was going through in her personal life, her main escape, and this was something that she really explained to me and why she always believed in my art and my vision, was personally for her, it was being able to listen to music and dance like no one was watching. And when people were watching and she wasn't able to do that, it was through reading comics and watching like the old school superhero movies, because when she was going through hard times, she would explain to me how like kind of watching like she may have not understood like what series in the comic, like 'cause, you go to the grocery store and you just kind of buy whatever looks cool, especially back then. And seeing how like these fictional characters were able to overcome impossible threats really inspired her to just try and like move out of that small town and make a name for herself. And she did. She achieved a whole lot in life, and honestly, I can't even do her story justice right now. But long story short, she went for it and she hopped on that grind and she achieved great things. And but the problem was is that she didn't take care of herself. She didn't regulate her mental health. She didn't really open up to many people in a way that was, what's the word I'm looking for? Constructive? In a way that like you could actually learn from an experience. And I understand that everyone is going through things, but long story short, she worked herself to the bone until she eventually burned out, physically burnt out, and became physically disabled because she worked so hard that her hands, like her arthritis was so bad. Um and she had to drive a lot for her job, but she also loved it because driving was kind of her only escape, like growing up, her only time to really do to kind of like let off steam, she would express to me would be like, oh, when she could like close the door to her room and like be able to play songs on the radio and be able to dance and get all the aggression out. And then as she grew older, it became more of like she became a workaholic, and it got to the point where she worked and worked and worked and did everything for everyone else, myself included, but neglected herself, you know? And unfortunately, like as time went on, like mistakes were made, and she did turn to like finding comfort in the bottom of a bottle. And that eventually led to her withdrawing from social situations because she just wanted to go home and, maybe pour one or two. And that continued until eventually, like I was saying earlier, She was at a family reunion with like close loved ones, and I wasn't there because I'm states away. But she left the function early and happened to go home, take her medication, and mix it with alcohol, and her body gave out, and she fell asleep peacefully, and it was a whole mess. But the reason why I feel the need to bring it up and why I want to even talk about it, because people are like, oh, it's so personal, you don't have to talk about it. I know and I understand and I respect that. And thank you, first of all. But one thing about me is that um I do my best to present the best side of myself and always be on my best behavior, especially when I'm like streaming and stuff. But I got a fucked up, sick, twisted sense of humor. It's definitely dark humor. And it's genetic. I definitely got it from my mom. And people may disagree with me, but I will say it's like you do not know her the way that her family knows her. And be like, even if you were her family, I'm sure you all like relate in one way or another that there's how you're like in this instance, like your family or your parents may present themselves to other people, and then there's how they present themselves to you as their offspring. And they are two different people. And that is fine and that is normal, but oh boy, are they two different people. And that's caused a lot of conflicts early in life. Part of your story is your mom's stories too, and it kind of goes hand in hand to tell both. And yeah, like, and that's the thing is that like, if the world were to end tomorrow, like she passed away. Oh, sorry. Let me finish that train of thought real quick. The reason why I bring that up is because she happened to pass away of accidentally overdose and like misuse of like mixing alcohol and her medication. And it was really sad and it was a whole shebang. But here's the kicker, right? She did it during overdose awareness month for opioids and overdosed on opioids. And I'm like, okay, like okay. I'm a firm believer that everything happens for a reason and that there's no such thing as coincidences. And it was like, okay, mom, girl, I'm sorry, but at the same time, like, did it really have to be like, did you time it? Like, oh my, what? And that's the thing is that we'll never fucking know. And it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. Um, the reason why I even want to bring this up to like begin with, come here, like zoom in, look me in the eyes real quick, like you and me, is that there's going to be like times in life or you may encounter people that are going to say that like, hey, I'm hurting myself or I'm going to end my life because of you or because of something that you did and that it's your fault. And that is not true. you know do what you can. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink. And that I mean that in the sense where it's like if you do everything that you are able with while also keeping yourself afloat, like yeah, if you've ever lost someone in that way, or you have been carrying guilt or shame or whatever, and that message resonates with you, it's not your fault, and it's okay. Realistically speaking, it's And it's really sad, but also, like I was saying earlier, I know my mom. Well, I knew her way better than anyone else probably could. Um, and I know that it was her choice. That she was faced with the decision to either stay with family or go home and indulge, and she had that freedom, and unfortunately she chose the latter. And realistically speaking, there is nothing that I could have done to prevent that while also keeping myself afloat. And I just think that's a really important like message and sentiment to express, you know? Like if I could like get people on the same page about one thing, it's that do what you can and like but don't give all of you away. You know? I'm so sorry for your loss. I appreciate it. Thank you. She's still with us though. She's still with us. It's actually kind of funny. You see this little ghosty that I have right here. Um it's a little like stream bot that kind of like helps me like it reminds me to like look at chat and like stuff like that. I originally wanted to get this particular plugin because when I'm locked in and I'm playing games or I'm telling stories, it kind of like greets people. It's kind of weird on what it says. I know it's testing out like new thingamajigs, but the ghost name is Yoko, and there's actually a little bit of a story behind that. One, Guren Lagan, but growing up, I actually had a this one book that I really liked growing up was actually called um about this little gray tabby cat named Yoko. Um and I love that book so much and I wanted a cat so bad, but I never could have one because dad was allergic. And so no cats, only dogs. And I was like, "Oh, but I want a cat." Cuz you know how kids be, right? It's a slightly differently shaped furry animal. I need it. Um and so eventually like as life went on, we ended up adopting a small gray tabby cat. I think I misclicked, so I wasn't actually able to name the cat, the gray tabby in this game, Yoko. But long story short, I named my cat in real life Yoko. And so, I was like a little kid. I was like a third grader, right? And if anyone has had a cat and has had to experience kids or kids around cats, you know that you cannot leave your kid alone. Like, long story short, I was very excited to have a cat, and I thought it was my friend. Um, long story short, the cat was not very excited to see me. I terrorized that poor thing. Mostly because I wanted to give it lots of love and affection, and I didn't understand that it was saying no. But through all of that, the cat kind of started to become more of my mom's cat, if that makes sense. And so her little like, because I don't know if you've ever talked to a cute animal and all of a sudden like you're talking to a 2-year old and you're like, oh, you little baby. By the way, the pss, pss, that has never worked for me. That has never worked for me and getting a cat's attention. If you click your tongue, like my mic doesn't even pick it up, but can't even say it. My cat looked at me right now. But yeah. Anyways, my mom's little nickname for the cat Yoko was Yoko Mama because the tires that we had for the car, and this relates back to what I was saying earlier, because we were always on road trips, were called I think they were like Yokohama, I want to say. It was like very, very similar to my cat's name. So I was like, oh my god, like it rhymes, you know, it rhymes. It's very funny, haha, it rhymes. And my mom was like, yeah, like okay, cool, like entertaining that thought. So the reason why I bring that up and why that's relevant to what I'm trying to express is that my eventually like the cat like she passed away as like, you know, all living things do. Um, and flash forward to when I was trying to get my Twitch affiliate on this channel, and I needed 3 viewers, and I was stuck at like 2.5 point viewers. And I just couldn't get my affiliate. And she was like, "Oh, I'll make one. What should I do? Like, what should my username be?" And she didn't know and like couldn't think of anything. And so I was like, "Oh, well, what about Yoko Mama? Like the Yoko, because like, you know, my cat Yoko, and then she's also my mom." And then we'll throw TV at the end of it because, like, you know, it's on Twitch TV. So that was the account that she made and helped me get my Twitch affiliate. And so after she passed away, and I was like trying to like just find ways to pay tribute to her, I actually made this little, got this little ghosty and named it Yoko. Um, and I know it's Pando in the chat, but like its actual name in like, because you can give a little character name and stuff. But it's supposed to be like, okay, Pando, now is not the time to give a little promo. Stop that. Stop. God damn it. Mom, we can't take you anywhere. um, but yeah, no, I'm sorry. I totally lost my train of thought. I'm not even, okay. This is kind of embarrassing. I know I was in a deep moment and that like, I'm sorry if I'm sorry if that like kind of came out of nowhere. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I have to pee real quick, so I'm gonna take us to a little break, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on. Let me actually use this transition screen for what it's supposed to be used for. I'm sorry for the timing. No, you are all good. I'll be right back. I'll see you in like 5 minutes. Hold up. Okay, sorry. I think it was longer than 5 minutes, but whew, I needed a moment. I took a hit real quick. My bad. I'm sorry for laughing, but I can understand what you might be thinking when it comes to how that happened. Best sniper girl. Hope you're doing well. I've actually been doing really well. I'm also apologizing for I'm still I haven't streamed in a year, right? So I've been bad at reading chat. Let me catch up real quick. But yeah, no, I've actually been doing really well. Um I discovered that I kind of have a passion for connecting people, and more so than just online, and um for like twitching pushing the fuck out for like Twitch streams and like collabs and stuff, but like in real life, I've actually discovered a true passion for organizing events, or at least just helping events run smoothly, like creating a place in real life for people to like be themselves, to connect, to make friends, you know what I mean? Because don't get me wrong, like I've made some of my best friends over the internet. Like just look at Pretty Swole for a white guy. Oh my god, Triumph, I love you for that. That changing your username to that makes me laugh every time I've heard you. um or just like a lot of people watching, wild name, right? Right? Um but sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought for a second. um I just cuz basically what I've been doing like this past year, or like I guess past few years, is that um one, been really trying to get over my fear of the front door. I'll start right now. Look, watch this shit. We drink our coffee. Yes, we drink our coffee, and we go through. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. Hold on a second. But just trying to get over my fear of the front door and like go out more. Just because of my situation, like especially growing up. I made some besties online too. Yes, exactly. Like Solar is literally the prime example. Like every time I see her pop up on my screen in any shape, way, or form, I'm just like, oh my god. I'm just so happy that I got a girlie who believes in me, you know? Also, shout out to Solar for always like being a huge supporter and reposting my little Instagram reels. If you're still here, Solar, do you happen to still have your tarot? I know you mentioned at one point you were starting a tarot business. Um, do you have a link or like anything like that to plug? Like I know that you were working on a little brand. Absolutely, I got you. Yes, if you could send it both in Twitch chat, and if you wouldn't mind DMing it to me on Instagram as well. I'm so sorry. Like I know that like I've been horrible at responding to messages. Realistically speaking, I'm gonna be completely real with all of you like listening right now, is that I've been trying so hard to be comfortable like admitting when I'm overwhelmed and admitting when I'm just struggling to regulate my emotions. It's like, oh, well, I'm not 100% perfectly fine, but so I'm not going to do anything and I'm just going to go completely silent. And that is so wrong. That is so wrong. And so there's so many times where it's like I have so many things to say and I'm embarrassed by the fact that I don't know the right thing to say in the moment that's going to fix everything. And so instead of admitting that like I don't have the words, I kind of just end up not doing anything at all. And that's just kind of tying back to what I was saying, what 2 hours ago. My closest friends are also online, but I went out to meet a close friend. I made that way from Japan and LA last week, and that's the thing. That's the thing that I absolutely love about being here in this day and age is that you're able to make those connections and then like hear me out, right? Here's what I see, or like the reason where I'm coming from. If you were to take that statement, my closest friends are also only online, but I went to meet a close friend I made that way from Japan in LA last week. If you were to take that like 60 years ago, if you were to take that 60 years ago and say that to people, they'd be like, "Oh, fuck, weirdo." What do you even what? Take that even further, right? Take that 80 or 100 years ago. You'd be burned at the stake, I'm pretty sure. I hear you, friend. You're not alone in that. I appreciate you, Solar. Thank you. I don't have a link yet, but when I do, may I DM it to you? Yes, please do. Please do. Because I know I'm really, really late on this, but way back in the day, I remember you mentioning that you wanted kind of like a walking billboard to help promo. And I, after all this time, I've definitely learned a thing or two about promo. So I said yes back then. It's still the same. It's still the same. I honestly learned the hard way to speak up about being burnt out or exhausted. And that's the thing is that like I wish that we didn't have to learn the hard way. I'm getting emotional. I getting emotional. I wish we didn't have to learn the hard way, you know? Like it would be so cool if like it would just be normal to say that, you know? And people be like, "Oh, like I get it. Like I understand that you just be on low social battery. You don't need to explain to me anything. You don't have to tell me a backstory. You don't have to say why. All I need to know is that we'll take a rain check on getting a coffee today." Cool. And honestly, since I've started approaching friendships that way, I've met people more honestly and more authentically. And I'm not even gonna lie, if that's like just not your thing, I don't really think that I just don't really think that like you're gonna be one of those like really close friends that I'm gonna call when shit hits the fan, you know, where it's like I'm stranded and like I can't get service for an Uber, but here's my address and I don't know, Dracula's here or some shit, you know. You may just be a friend that it's like I say hi to and like we're down like we have mutuals and stuff, and that's completely fine. That is completely fine. I have returned with my food. Did you get a burrito? I almost feel like maybe you got nachos. I'm sorry. I'm projecting. I have a burrito in the fridge right now. 60 years ago, they'd be like, what the fuck is the internet? Yeah, see, exactly my point. Exactly my point. And so trying to take that into perspective from like dealing with the older generation nowadays, right? In today's age, there's a certain point where you have to be like, you know what? I don't need an explanation. I don't need your whole backstory. All I need to know is that this doesn't work for you and that you don't agree with it and that you're just not one of those people that I'm going to reach out to when I'm a few states away and trapped alone with Dracula, you know, and Uber's not coming for search and rescue. That's really all that means. And it's nothing more, nothing less. I don't know, you know. People say, "Oh, I'm an open book." And I'm like, "Bitch, hold on. I got to let me go outside. Oh, it's raining. Never mind. Go back inside. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. But yeah, I have an open book. Come here, come here. I can't zoom in because I don't have a webcam, but I am not an open book. Okay, I'm an audiobook. You select a chapter, you press play. And some people just be like that. And this is legitimate proof. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 2 minutes. And I'm still trying to convey the train of thought that I had when I originally went live, which is, or not even when I originally went live, when I just started yapping, is what is something recently that you've changed your perspective on? A lot. Fuck. And like, long story short, like, I don't know, for whatever reasons, if I get struck by a meteor tomorrow, like, I just hope that people look at this test stream and me struggling and not playing. I still don't have audio for Stardew Valley. That's okay. That that's I am the audio. I am the game audio. But I hope that they just are able to listen in or resonate with the message one way or another. And I just hope that anyone out there listening, like, how do I say this in a way that makes sense? You know, at the end of that one Transformers movie, and Optimus Prime be like, "Roll Autobots across the galaxy." I got to pull up the quote, but like, he says it all dramatic, across the stars and stuff. That kind of be how I be. That's kind of like what I'm feeling right now. I realize after doing a lot of self-reflecting and taking a step back from social media that the way that I've really marketed myself online is just IRL walking anime girl. And when I was hyper fixated on like always posting my cosplays and like trying to be lore accurate, XYZ, blah 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 blah. That was ideal. That was the goal. That was what I wanted to be. Um and after pursuing that image and like getting more job opportunities that come with that image, it's brought me a lot of success in life, and I definitely wouldn't be where I am without it. But at the same time, as I get older, that was the dream I had when I was like 19, you know? I turned 28 this year. And realistically speaking, it's like I don't always want to do like a full face of makeup and be like always picture perfect PR, whatever. I just want to leave not just my story behind, which was originally the goal, but now I feel almost obligated to do what I can to get my mom's message and her stories behind, because I wouldn't be here without that third Twitch viewer. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be here without her. Literally. Quite literally would not be here without her. And I'll definitely get into one day kind of what happened, you know? Because there is definitely more to this story, and it's nearly impossible for me to try and sit down and get everything out in one Twitch stream. But that's kind of why I've been thinking and like wrestling with the idea of maybe starting a podcast series. Not just in general, but like kind of sitting down and starting a small series of like sharing her story or her sentiment, but it also includes mine as well, you know? One, because I'm your narrator, bitch. You're stuck with me. Ain't no one else who knows these stories about my mom gonna come forward. So if you want to hear it, I'm sorry. You're trapped. But realistically speaking, my normal cuz I also listen to a lot of podcasts or just kind of like long form videos when I've been working, when I've been drawing and stuff like that. And I'm not really fond of because I've tried the normal sit down format where it's like I sit down in like a little comfy area and I made like a little plushy like area and I was like, oh, this is super cute and like super aesthetic XYZ, again relating back to like this is like the perfect being picture perfect, you know what I mean? And it was really hard for me to just be able to speak my mind and just tell my story. When was I really able to do so? When I'm sitting down playing games comfortable in front of my PC and like, you know, not having to put on a show, not having to constantly protect the backline. But like as you guys can see, it's like it's day 14 of summer year 9 and this has kind of been my it sounds so dumb. This is so silly, but like it's been almost my form of therapy in a sense. I don't usually, cuz here's my problem with going to therapy and going to like sitting down with professionals, I guess. One, I have a little bit of a oogie boogie heebie jeebiness about going to doctor's offices. That's a whole other thing. But the main thing I would say is that realistically speaking is that no, I don't want to eat the cheese. No, I don't want to eat the cheese. Thank you. Maybe later. But realistically speaking, I'm very much a people person. You know, before all of like the bullshit in life, even as a baby, I loved to as soon as I could walk. As soon as I could walk, even that within itself, I wanted my first steps to be a fucking performance. Long story short, too long didn't read Spark Notes version is that apparently I learned to walk alone because my mom would come and check up on me after I wandered into like the kitchen when I was a toddler, or like not even a toddler, but like I was still crawling. And she would turn the corner and she would see me standing on my own 2 feet. And as soon as my little baby diaper butt turned around and saw her looking at me, I would instantly, supposedly, as the story goes, as she told me, she would, I saw her, I would just start laughing and I would just start, I would fall down and then I would like crawl over to her like a normal baby would. But she was like, wait, were you walking? And no one really knows. No one really knows to this day if I ended up taking those first steps alone or if I actually did something, you know? Point is, long story short, is that when I was finally confident enough to let my mother see that I was doing the walk, you know, I wasn't just talking the talk, goo goo gaga bullshit. I was ready to walk the walk, you know? Give me the runway. So she tells me, and like I said, this is as she told me. So it's like I don't know. I was there, but I don't remember. um, she tells me that I had her sit down in the kitchen, right, or in the living room. So I guess this is the I can't talk with my hands because I don't have my camera, but let's say this is the hallway, right? This is the hallway right here. And this is the living room. This is the walkway, but in the house, this is the living room. In the kitchen into the whatever. Okay. Point is, wait, to tell the story, I need some props. Hold on. This'll do. Nope. Yep, I need the whole thing. This time, do move the TV, right? Okay, I gotta like reenact this in Stardew Valley somehow. All right. So it's like something like this. Okay. So I had her go and like sit down right here, right? And so then I go into the kitchen and use your imagination, right? Be a little whimsy, bitch. So going from the kitchen down the hallway, and I'm like doing my little first steps, right? I'm trying to walk, and she's like over here on the couch. Oh, she's over here on the couch, like yay! Yay! Yippee! So cool, right? And so I'm taking my first steps. But the entertainment stand was like right here. Or point is, the entertainment stand that was holding the TV was right here, and I tripped, and I hit the TV. I hit the thing, and then I fell down. I was just like, oh, KO, you know. She's over here watching, and she's like, oh my god, and then she takes me, and then she looks at me, and I'm crying, right? I'm crying because I fell down. I got a boo boo. I got a oopsie, and I hit my face on the TV. So and it broke skin because also I little baby, right? Goo goo gaga bullshit. So my skin very soft. And so from her perspective, she just sees me sitting there crying and holding my eye and blood coming out. It's just a small cut. It's a really small cut, right? But it looks like my eye is bleeding. So she rushes me to the doctor and she's like, Doctor, wake the fuck up. Doctor, emergency room. I will let you know that I was a very clumsy child. The doctor's not here. Where's the doctor? I'm LARPing my first steps in Stardew Valley right now. Okay, anyways, I'll just go into the room. Yeah. Here we go. Wait, I can't sit here? This is not realistic. Whatever. Apparently, as she tells me, I was a very clumsy child. The emergency room receptionist knew me and my mother by face. So long story short, my first steps turned into a trip to the emergency room, and I still have a tiny scar on my eye to this day. So if you ever look at me and you're like, "Oh my god, your eyeliner is crooked," it's because one eyelid is actually shaped differently because of that scar. It's so tiny, you can hardly see it, but also on that same note, if you ever see me playing like a fantasy game and the character has a scar over their left eye, I just pointed to my left eye, even though you can't see me. Girl. I don't know how VTubers do it, to be honest. Yeah, but if you ever see me playing a character and they got a scar over that left eye, it's a tribute to that story of me hyperfixating on making my first steps, an absolute show, eating shit, ending up in the emergency room, and I got the scar to prove it, you know. But I also think it's kind of like a life lesson, you know what I mean? It's like, don't worry so much about it being picture perfect. Oh my god, and that fucking bullshit relates to back what I was saying earlier about not making everything perfect and just doing what you can, turning it in for half credit. You know what I mean? Sorry, I don't know what I was trying to answer, but I hope that was relevant. um, Totally forgot. It wouldn't be a chibi stream without technical difficulties. I still don't know where the Stardew audio went. I don't know. I need to figure it out. 34 in 3 months. Stop it with you 28. Scorpio gang gang. It's okay, because you're pretty swole for a white guy. I love that username. Oh my god, I can't say it with a straight face. Because I was also a band kid, right? Which also ties back into wanting to share more of my mom's message, because when I first started joining band, they're like, okay, do you have an instrument or are you going to rent one from the school? And so my mom had her flute from when she was in high school and learned to play. And eventually that's the same flute that I learned to play on. And I haven't actually played the flute since high school, but I've kind of been considering, now that I'm an adult and I'm getting older, of investing and getting back into it. I think it would be kind of fun to do music covers again. But but that's also not something so different than from what I usually do that I'm not even entirely sure, like okay, well, again, this is a note to myself. Don't worry so much about making it perfect. Just do the goddamn thing. Just do the thing, Kimiko. Oh my god, we can't take you anywhere. Stream looks great, sounds great. Oh, thank you. Okay, so I was actually really struggling earlier and I was having a echo with the microphone. Um, if anyone hears an echo with the mic or like if it seems like too loud, too quiet or whatever, please let me know. That's why this is a test stream. I'm not even gonna lie, the main way that I stream, at least in the past, I need to be better about it. But the main way that I actually stream is that like I get everything working. As soon as it's working, I never touch it again. I never move a file. I never like I don't no, I don't touch the cords. It works. It works. Do not touch it. And so that's why when people are like, "Oh, do you modify your games? Do you download mods? XYZ, you should mod your game." I refuse to because my computer is already so fucked up over like because I've been splitting the audio and like trying to make things work for so long over the years that like one update is going to ruin everything. The amount of times that I have decided like no, fuck it, 0 or 100 and quite literally just completely deleted all the settings, all the presets, all of my overlays, everything, and started completely from scratch. All of my emotes and started completely from scratch because I just have this weird hyper fixation over like trying to make things the way that I see it instead of continuing to work on it until I get there. Oh my god, it's some bullshit about like enjoying the journey and not the destination or some fuck. You know what I mean? Oh, sorry. Point is, I was a band kid, and so we didn't do marching band. My mom did marching band, but we were realistically an orchestra. We were a concert band, but we went out to the football games, right? So we didn't do formations or anything. We would walk the track on homecoming, and that's about it. So not really marching band, but we were in the stands for every football game. And one of the songs that we would play is "Pretty Fly for a White Guy." And it was very funny because I didn't know the song originally, but I knew the melody because the flutes usually have the melody because they carry like XYZ sound logic. Point is that it kind of came down to a point where we were on a road trip and my mom was just back when my mom was still around and she was going through shuffle on her iTunes. And I didn't mean to hit that button. That's okay. And that song came on, like the original song, and I was like, "Holy fuck, this is so different than what I thought it was," because we didn't have words, you know what I mean? And it was kind of just that moment that realizing that like there's so many different ways to express the same message, the same literal melody, the same series of notes. There are different ways for that like but what am I trying to say here? Long story short, I think I wanted to definitely like dance around and do the Macarena hearing the original as opposed to playing it. I was like, you know, more of like locked in on like trying to play the notes and stuff. It was still like a lot of fun to listen to, but realistically speaking, I guess in my brain, um oh, it's green rain today. Interesting. Realistically, like in my brain, I had a point that I wanted to say, and I totally lost my train of thought because it's green rain. In Stardew, this is the one day a year where all of the algae all of the algae is available. I lost my iridium scythe, so I had to go back and get my gold one, like a fucking noob. My bad. And this also kind of like, sorry, I kind of just be letting my brain go off. This is also one thing that I really struggled with while trying to make like the perfect picture perfect podcast XYZ is that like there are moments like this where I start to feel my brain switch from like one thing or another, like really struggling to try and find a balance with anything. Uh I'm starts to think in extremes, especially while like talking about more personal topics, you know what I mean? But while sitting down and like trying to do the like, stereotypical stream thing, podcast format, whatever, where they're like sitting on a couch and talking, there are moments like this where like I just needed a second to kind of just check in with myself or just kind of be honest with myself. Like, what? What are we even trying to say? We've been yapping for 2 hours and 24 minutes. And realistically speaking, if I was saying these same exact words, but I was in a conversation, this would be considered extremely rude because I would be cutting people off. I would be, air quote, trauma dumping, you know? But also, when it comes to hosting my own Twitch streams and being able to sit down and like just fuck around in like my favorite Stardew account, I feel a lot more comfortable. I feel like I can kind of take moments to like be the little comedic relief and stuff. And also at the same time, like I think it would be kind of nice to make this time of year like the week of Mama Chief's passing is just kind of sitting down and enjoying her memory or just like telling her story, getting it out there in some shape, way, or form. Because I know I'm not the best narrator, I'm not the best public speaker, but I really try my best and I want to be better. And kind of in a weird way, like Twitch streaming is almost my way of learning how to do that. I didn't mean to pick that flower, but that's okay. Um, I just I don't know. And it was like, oh well, it's different. It's not like the usual thing and stuff. And it was circling back to that same mentality of who cares if it's perfect? Just do the goddamn thing, you know. And like circle back to what we were talking about earlier of like small things that have like I'm sorry, I totally forgot exactly how you rephrased the question, but in my brain, it's kind of just trying to express kind of what's been happening. The like all the changes of life, of perspective over the past few years. More importantly, in like the last like calendar year since I've been live. Um, because I kept finding myself coming face to face with burnout. And I was like, well, that's just not fun for everyone. Because if I'm not having fun and you're not having fun, then the fuck, you know? And kind of just sitting with myself and just being really comfortable or like trying to find comfort in some shape, way, or form and just being myself. You know, originally I wanted to like I started the brand Chibi Kimiko. It was Chibi Kimiko cosplay. I wanted to be like a really cool cosplayer. That was like my whole goal when I was a little kid, like hyped up on Angel Beats. I thought that Chibi Vampire was the coolest shit ever. I didn't understand a single part of the context because I was so sheltered, but I was like, Chibi Vampire is dope. And so, like, I became Chibi Kimiko, and I really like Chibi character art. And it's become, like, there's a whole other thing about that. But as at the same time, it's like, you know, I kind of have those moments where, like, what the fuck am I doing with my life, dude? What am I doing? What? Huh? And it was like, what do I want to leave behind? Because going through my mom's things, just seeing. I think what really got me was just seeing all the really cool clothes that she had with the tags still on. And I'm like, so I started trying to go out more. I started like trying to dress up in not necessarily in the sense of like cosplaying or always doing my hair and makeup, but wearing one little thing or multiple things, you know, that genuinely just make me happy. That like I like that like I like and I think other people would like. You know, it's okay to want to show off things that you enjoy. That's human, you know? And to be blunt, I guess, if people don't fuck with it and people are like, you're weird or whatever, it's most likely probably because they don't have something of their own that they're like, yeah, I like this shirt. I got it here. Or I like this shirt because my friend gave it to me. Or my friend drew the art on the shirt. You know what I mean? Like it's okay to sometimes be that soccer mom that's like, you want to see the art that my kid drew? It's on the fridge right now. Like it's okay. Like, you know, it's okay to be proud of stuff. And if people don't fuck with it, like guess what? They, especially in this day and age, they don't have to. They really don't have to. Like you there's a good chance in whatever situation there's another place that they could go hang out. They could scroll away. They could opt into not seeing this kind of content. They could leave the event and go to a different party. They could just be cordial and just like, you know what I mean? Like you don't have to like expend your social battery and like lie to me and like play all these games. If you just tell me like, hey, like I just like you're a great person, it's kind of you're a bit much and it's kind of tiring. I would completely understand. I would completely understand, and not only that, I would respect it. You know what I mean? Like I understand I'm a bit much. I understand. I got too much to say. Why do you think I stream on Twitch? Because who else is realistically going to sit there and attentively listen in silence for 2.5 hours? And only like, because, you know, I really, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just not healthy. That's just not healthy. But in terms of like comfortably being able to like shift my brand from like trying to be a perfect cosplayer and model, which I still, don't get me wrong, I love dress up. I still love dress up. I still love like painting a face. I still love and adore makeup. But I will say the main difference between now and then is that I do not focus so much on like, oh my god, this is not picture perfect. Like I need to apply like 5 billion like Photoshop techniques to make this one photo look cool, and all my photos have to look really cool. Like it's okay to do that, and I do that for photos. Okay. What am I trying to say, girl? What am I even trying to say right now? It's cool to do every now and again, but it's not necessary. You know what I mean? It's not necessary every single time. And it turns into that mentality of, well, it's not perfect, so I'm just not going to do anything. And realistically speaking, like I know that like my I know how I appear online. I know how the stigma out there around people like me, and that's fine. Um I can't change that, but at the same time, I know that I'm loud. I know that I got a lot to say. I got a message I want to get out there, and I also know that I happen to find a way into the center of attention all the time. And it's a strength and a weakness. Being discreet is not my thing. But at the same time, I'm not here to play games, girl. Like, I mean, we playing games right now. Like, we're playing Stardew Valley with no audio. But, I mean, I have audio, but this is a horrible example. This is very ironic. Speaking of which, I'm so sorry. I've been bad at reading chat. Let me catch up real quick. Pretty swole for a... Obviously, my name is a reference to that song. Okay, I thought so, but I also just didn't want to like assume. I didn't want to just project my my band lore onto you. But I'm glad I did anyways. That's usually when it's best to sit and talk about stupid stuff when it gets to that point. Yeah, and like that's the thing is that like hear me out. The main reason why I really push myself and do my best to even attempt to stream or like try and get my message out there one way or another, especially during the week of Mama Cheap's passing, is it's sorry, I just clicked out of chat. But it helps me sleep good at night. Like I really just it's something that like I need to get out. And realistically speaking, connecting back to what I was saying like way back when earlier in the stream, one of the things that I really struggle with in terms of getting professional help is that I'm a people person. Like I genuinely get a lot of energy and like I enter like a creative flow and I'm most comfortable when I'm around other people. And that's true like now, that's true. Like it can be exhausting in person, especially when I do not like vibe with the group, I guess. When I don't get along with them, when I maybe our morals are different, we don't see eye to eye, and that's totally fine. Not everyone is gonna be like your friend, and that's okay. But there are times where it's like I kind of just need to sit down and I kind of just need to process all of these thoughts. And realistically speaking, I can't type fast enough. I'm not very good at typing. I still type looking at the keyboard. It's really embarrassing. I can't write fast enough. People in my family have been diagnosed with dysgraphia, and if I'm not careful and take my time about what I'm writing, my handwriting can show up messy as well. So it's also another thing that circles back to it's not perfect. I'm not going to do anything. And it's also kind of embarrassing at times where if I'm really in a rush, I honestly can't even read my own handwriting. So that being said, like the best way for me to try and get down like lots of information in a short period of time is just kind of sitting down and either recording it to myself. I have like tons of videos of me just trying to like sit down and talk to myself, just trying to talk myself through it because and this circles back to what I'd be saying earlier is that there are times where and like this is what I was referring to like there's just so much more to say here, but I have yet to like really have the I guess emotional availability to like do it justice and like really sit down and tell you what I mean. Because it's kind of one of those things where I haven't really been able to express it in words but it's something that I can describe through drawings. And so, like, I know I've been gone, like, kind of like AFK this past year. And one of the things I've really been working on is my art, because that was, like I mentioned earlier, dancing was one of the things that my mom personally like expressed was like a event for her when she could just listen to the radio and like listen to her favorite songs. And that was like her main way to escape, but she wasn't always able to do that because of her living situation. So either if she was like, she described watching shows like Star Trek or like old like superhero or like Batman, like Marvel, DC, like the OG like old shows, like I'm talking like in the 70s and stuff. Um and drawing were her main ways to escape and get away from it. And after all the bullshit that she went through and like after all the life that she went through, she still held on to those drawings. She still held on to her sense of style, um, a little bit too much, to the sense where she would buy new clothes and never wear them, which is why it was just so heartbreaking to go through her wardrobe and see all of the cool clothes that still had the tags on them. And I'm like, girl, you were cooking. What the fuck? Like, bitch, you know? And it's just kind of like learning from her mistakes. And like, if I have cool clothes, like I want to just try and find every reason to wear them. And honestly, like who gives a shit if people don't like what I'm wearing or like how I did my makeup or whatever? Life is too short to try and impress other people, because the people that matter are the ones that are like worth it. You know what I mean? Sorry, I've been horrible at reading chat. I'm sorry for your loss. I send you a virtual hug. Feel free to talk about your mom. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And it's kind of like, just due to my circumstances personally, and this is leaping back to what I was saying about, I Twitch streaming, honestly, it's just kind of been my way to like, when there was no one else to call, or like there was no one else to really reach out to, or like there was, I didn't mean to hit that button, but that too. It was a way of me learning to be comfortable with myself. You know, it was a way for me to be okay being alone and finding solutions to my own problems, and not just like praying and hoping that I'm going to call someone in a manic state and they're going to say exactly what I needed to hear and what I wanted them to say, and they're going to have all the answers, and like that's just realistically not possible. And you know, it's kind of embarrassing to say, but especially when I was younger, I definitely projected that mentality onto people that I was like hyper fixated on. Because one tendency of, I don't even know what you want to call it, but some things that people struggle with, and that I personally struggle with, is that I usually have a person. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can hear this in the background. um, that is, well. First of all, that is from Digital Circus. If you haven't watched it, it's on YouTube. It's free. Watch it. It's so good. Maybe we'll do like a watch through now that it's completely done. But I'm a huge fan of it. I love that song. But yes, it is 8:15 right now. PST, and it is actually time for me to take a chill pill. I didn't actually expect to have people tune in because I didn't announce this on my socials, so I've kind of just enjoyed talking and whatnot. But I actually need to go and take my medication to make sure that I stay emotionally regulated and stable. So I'm actually gonna take us to a break. Um, I know that this is bad. I know that this is so bad, and everyone tells me that this is such a bad idea, but I don't fucking care. Is that it's usually every 2 hours, but we'll do it from the like 2 to 3 hour mark. Every so often. I did a 15. I did a 5 minute timer earlier, and you can see that it ran out before I came back. If I try and eat food during a 10 minute timer, it's just not enough time. I am also just gonna be totally real with you. I do have a problem with nicotine. I've been smoking cigarettes, but I'm trying to quit. But there are times where I am like weaning off of it. I'm like leaning off of it very slowly. But there are times where realistically I kind of just need to go and take a smoke break. Um, that being said, on the flip side, I do also like times when I get extremely overwhelmed and my brain goes very, very fast. Um, and I know this is bad, but I'm just being honest. There are times where sometimes just taking a little puff of it's 420 somewhere in the world. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's the only thing that's the only thought that calms me down. um, but yeah, if I'm going to so the reason why I do 15-minute breaks instead of like just 10-minute breaks or whatever is that I've noticed a lot of other streamers what they'll do is they'll actually end stream, go do what they need to do, and then come back in X amount of minutes. But I want to put on a show. I want to put on a show. So this is still a work in progress, but ideally what I'd like to do during these 15-minute breaks, because 15 minutes is enough time for me to just calm down, take a break, eat food, do what I gotta do, use the restroom, whatever. um Originally I would be playing music, but it was a problem with copyright. I would like to kind of like film like little promo videos of like or like showing off my friend's work or like stuff like that. Or I was kind of thinking that it would be fun to like show you like some of my ego VODs, you know what I mean? Like I could just play like some like Overwatch matches that I felt like I did really good or really bad in. Or like just some sort of break for everyone, you know? Because I have been I stream on Twitch, but also I watch like I do enjoy watching Twitch streams. It can be really hard to find a time to just step away from the keyboard and do what you want to do, or a time to just say good night, goodbye, good morning, tell me about your day, whatever. Um, and there's times where it's like I myself will find myself typing out an entire paragraph and then deleting it because I'm worried that I'm gonna piss them off or some shit. And I don't want to I don't want people to feel that way. I don't want people to feel that way when they come into my stream. So I also find that by taking like I call it an intermission period. Uh we just finished up act 1 and now we're heading into act 2 after the break. um it also gives people to say, "Oh hey, like I'm gonna go, good night, XYZ. This is how my day was, whatever. These are my thoughts." Blah 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 blah. Um Because I would hope that most people feel okay just doing what they gotta do. Like, I welcome all lurkers. Thank you for the cookies. Thank you for the lurks. Um, but if you're not gonna take a break, I'm gonna force you to because, bitch, I need a break too. I also need to take a break. But that being said, normally I play music during this time, but I've been having some trouble with like copyright since it's like technically like copyrighted music off of Spotify, but I do have the okay from the artists themselves to play it on my streams, but I would have to go through an entire process and legal thing to like get them like published. And I'm like, you know, you know what? Everyone take a break. Put on your own playlist. Um Ideally I wanted to have like a whole, like I said earlier, like a whole like thing that you could watch for the whole 15 minutes, but it's not perfect and uh yeah. I think it took me 3 minutes to say I'm going on break. Girl, we can't have anything nice here. Isn't there a category for DMCA free music? There is? Pookie! Pookie! Oh my god. I was literally just about to take a break because I've been yapping so much that I'm starting to lose my voice. Um, I'm testing out audio and like new overlays and whatnot, but tell me about your day. I'm gonna go get food real quick. And this is horrible timing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I thank you so much for coming in. Honestly, every message fucking helps. You know what I mean? You know how it would be on that grind. You you, you know how Twitch stats to be. You know how it goes. But I am going to take us into intermission. Everyone, please get up and stretch, relax, step away from the computer, rest your eyes with me. And I will see you after the break. Pretend there's cool music. Okay, cool. and welcome back. I was actually thinking about making a little like a motto, you know, a little intro. So like when you come back, is like I say a little thing. You know how they used to do like way back in the day? Ad breaks used to be an event. Think the Super Bowl. Think the Super Bowl way back in the day, right? Think about that. And then think about how much fun that was. Why can't we bring that back? Angry. Angry. Yeah, I've kind of just been working on refining how stream work, right? Sorry, before I start going on an entire ADHD rant and tangent, um, let me brain cell for a second. I'm gonna take a shower and I shall return. I'll be here. I'll be here. I said that shit, and I'm here. I'm gonna do laundry. Good luck. Good luck conquering Laundry Mountain. Here, it's dangerous out there. Take this. That'll help. I was also taking notes on things I wanted to fix after this update stream. I wanted to. Okay, so I used to have this thing way back in the day when I originally started Twitch streaming. It's, I think, called an emote wall, technically. And so what it does is that it detects any emotes within chat, and every time someone sends an emote, it'll like throw it up on the screen. And it'll like bounce around for a bit. So what I would do is I would make that a really tiny ass little screen, and that would be over my camera, just only over my camera. And so it would always be great whenever someone would spam emotes, because it would look like I was just getting like hit in the face with all of these emotes, and I fucking love it. There's this one clip of Triumph sending me a bunch of Dorito emotes, and like looking that I saw it in the viewfinder, and it's like, I don't know how else to explain it other than, when you're a little kid and you see a whole bunch of fucking bubbles and you're just like, I gotta fucking pop all of them. It was like that, but I needed to try and like eat all of the Doritos in the screen, because like it was perfect. It was so perfectly placed. Yeah. But also mentioning that you're gonna take a shower, there was one stream where okay, yeah, but that's not working. Okay, sorry. But I'm let me write that down. Let me write that down before I forget. I'm not even gonna lie. I used to be really scared over taking notes or like using like writing anything down, because I would just look at a blank page and I would be so intimidated. I would get lost into the void. In order to fix that, I got, one of those pens that have like a bunch of different colors on them. That fixed it. I like to color now. Let me note that down before I forget. Fix emote. And then also on the break, I was just kind of writing down, I think, tangents that I started, and I'm not sure if I ever finished. Um, Crimson Live. Okay, welcome back. Well, okay, so it's so funny that you happened to mention that you were gonna go take a shower real quick, because there was one stream where I was trying to explain, like I did earlier, why I do these 15-minute breaks. Because like I said, I watch a lot of Twitch streams too, and there's times where I just don't know when. I don't want to put the phone down because it's fun. It's a virtual hangout. It's a virtual chat room. It's a virtual space where, the same way that my mom would express that drawing for her or like watching like old cartoons or like old like Marvel and like DC, like the really corny shows and like reading comics and stuff like that. Like, that was her escape. In a way, like my phone and my virtual space is has become my escape. And honestly, it's like I've just always wanted to. It's always been the dream to create just a digital space that welcomes just adults fucking going through it. You know what I mean? I'm out here like just trying to speak to your inner child and be like, bro, it's okay. Is this family friendly? Fuck no. No, fuck. Bitch. My dad was a sailor. My dad was a fisherman. I'm sorry. I got a sailor's mouth. It's in my genetics, you know? I can't help it. I really can't. Um there are times where I try, but no. Positive. Hi. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I missed your Discord call. I'm so sorry I missed your Discord call. I'm so sorry. My phone rang and I got really scared. Not because of it was you. It was because when my phone rings, I get so intimidated, which is why earlier it was really funny that taking a break lined up with my phone alarm going off. It's cuz I went and I made all my alarms to be songs that make me laugh or bring me to a specific mindset because my mind kind of works more so in sounds and music, not so much words, which is why it's really hard for me to fucking just like it's so hard. It's so hard for me to describe how my brain works. And that's one reason why I actually want to come back and do more of these comfy like long form streams because if nothing else, right? If nothing else, this is legitimate, real proof, uncut of how long it takes someone for that struggles with whatever the fuck I have. But it how long it can take for some people to try and fully express a train of thought with the full emotion and context and passion that I feel on the inside, but also trying to do so in a way that in a way that resonates, you know, because it's so easy to get carried away. And that's one reason why it's like I wanted to really shift my brand as a whole from like because don't get me wrong, I love playing dress up. I love makeup. A girl needs her war paint, you know what I mean? I need water. Give me a sec. Okay, but it's so true. Like makeup is it's modern day war paint. I'm not even gonna lie. That's how I see it. Like when you customize your character in game, what is makeup categorized in the same category with war paint? I didn't make this decision. Go play any RPG that's gonna let you that's fantasy based that lets you customize your character. I guarantee you makeup is right there alongside war paint. Bam. But yeah, no, as realistically speaking, as someone that's just been through it, um, sometimes I just need background noise to realize that I'm okay. You know, my mind kind of works in sound bites, if you will. And there's 100 billion reasons to explain that. That's not what I'm trying to say today. What I'm trying to say is that there are some people that may appear a specific way or may come off as standoffish, or maybe they're super excited and they interrupt and like talk over you and have a hard time listening. But when it comes to trying to finish my train of thought, it's not just one, it's 20. And when I stream, like for full reference, I this is me like still on like my ADHD meds. Like I'm still like this is as cohesive of a train of thought that I could really portray. This is me absolutely doing my best while also talking through everything going on in my mind, you know? There's a lot going on in the old noodle. There's a lot up here. And I kind of want, if nothing else, my content to, instead of just being like, "Oh, I'm such a cool gamer. Watch me hit this clip." Fuck yeah. I kind of want it to be more so of kind of the content that I personally resonated with, which was long form content that kind of either made me think or it was like comfy and chill enough to just listen to, and I didn't really have to like keep my eyes open and like have my eyes glued to my phone to understand what was going on. And honestly speaking, I know that like a lot of people that gravitate towards my channel also struggle with sleeping at night. And I guess it would be kind of cool to have a podcast series or like some sort of like something I could do because I can't save everyone, right? But like even right now, I'm being selfish by just talking about myself and just yapping into the void. Um, but maybe if it's like I could produce some sort of content that doesn't force you to have your eyes glued to your phone, and maybe it's comfortable enough for you to just listen to and like try and do those things that honestly personally struggle with and have worms in my brain about. Things like doing laundry, things like, and this is okay, I know this sounds really weird, but hear me out. I don't go out very often, so it's like showering on a daily basis is really hard for me. Like I may shower every other day because I literally don't do anything other than sit down and like enjoy enjoy just being at my PC setup, just being home, you know? Like I'm very comfortable just being home, but I want to go outside more. I want to be not scared of the front door. I really and like okay. Okay, hold on. Let me I got shit to say, but I got shit that I was also trying to say earlier and I got carried away. Let me write down this note. Let me use my little clicky pen here before I forget. Um, but yeah, no, I want to, now that I'm like getting older and it's like I enjoy makeup more so as something for me, not so much as for the camera, if that makes sense. Of like trying to be absolutely picture perfect, being lore accurate, of having like the right everything and whatever. I I kind of just want to show people that it's okay to be real. It is absolutely okay to be real. It is okay to not be okay. And it's okay it, to build your brand about it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Ah. Oh, sorry, I got carried away. Let me catch up real quick. Stream exploded. It just froze for me. Oh shit. Is everything okay? Wait. It's okay, don't worry about it. Everyone has their own ways of dealing with things, and that's wonderful. I just noticed that it's been super long time, and I just wanted to check on you. I apologize if I was bugging you at all. You were not bugging me. You were not bugging me at all. Positive. Okay, I don't know if you're still here. I'm so sorry. Um, but on that thought before I get completely distracted, it was because you called me. I kid you not, it was a literal wake up call. I'm a firm believer in what goes around comes around, bitch. And the dog outside got shit to say. Me too. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. But it was the fact that like you in particular, like because like well everyone else, but specifically what had happened is that I was fixing stuff in the Discord server, and then Positive called me to check up on me, and I got like super anxious and ended up like not saying anything, which brings me back to what I was saying earlier about not having the perfect thing to say or do and not just opting out to do nothing at all. I'm really trying to catch myself in the 0 to 100 moment. Like, oh, it's either black or white, this or this. Like there's no in between, and it's like it's okay. It's it's okay. It's going to be okay. That's something I'm trying to tell myself, and um honestly, there's a lot of projects and whatnot that I've had on the back burner because I've been prioritizing trying to just work. Honestly, I do be barking. I do be barking. I It's bad. Okay, let me tell you right now. I got that dog on me, and it's only funny. It is only funny in our niche. It is only funny in our subculture, and that is something that I realize that I've just really surrounded myself with like-minded people. But there's definitely a lot of people that don't understand that as a joke, and so learn from my mistakes. Uh, uh, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It was very embarrassing, but I thought it was funny. It was funnier in my head, right? It was funnier in my head. Wrong crowd, wrong. I did not read the room. Whoops. I caught that dog in me. I do. I fucking do. And that's why like I made this PNG YouTuber specifically to be like the one that got shit to say. It also happens to be the only one that's up and running. I think I talked about it earlier. I can't even remember. But this was ideally I think you can still hear me, right? So this one ideally was supposed to be my like go-to just chatting VTuber. I thought that'd be really cool if I animated it. Turns out trying to get the animation to like absolutely sync in the little like bare bones program that I got. Uh because I have yet to invest like actual money in making this happen. Um it turns out it's a lot more difficult than just having the animation sequence and having open mouth, open eyes, closed like eyes. And I wanted this to be absolutely perfect before I ever brought it to people. But yeah, this is actually supposed to be my go-to just chatting um character, and there's like there's whole lore, there's a whole bunch of shit that goes on with this character, and this ties in what I wanted to say probably 3 hours 22 minutes and 59 seconds ago. Oh well, now it's 3 hours 23 minutes and 0 2 3 4 seconds. Anyways, but I think you can kind of see the vision. I was explaining earlier, I don't know if like, sorry, I'm a bit of a broken record. Long story short, I wanted the like little cat on her shoulder to have a way to like either do like text to speech or maybe like have a little chat bubble or like thought bubble that'll come up. And like this animation right here is supposed to be like her like turning around to speak. And so because usually when I speak it's a whole lot to say. So it would be a whole ass animation that can play out while I'm opening. This one in particular, I made in mind as, I'm not even gonna lie, it's kind of like my meme one so far. Like, I can make a really silly one with the artwork that I have, but to still be aesthetically pleasing. Um, and that's why I have her more expressive. I kind of wanted to play around a lot with PNG tubers because I don't know. I think I have this weird chip on my shoulder of just being like anime nerd, you know what I mean? Like I'm talking about going to the anime conventions that had less than 30 people attend. And those still happen today, and to be completely honest, as someone that can get overstimulated and overwhelmed very quickly, um I do like me some small events. I do like me some small events, you know what I mean? It is much easier for me to talk. I don't know. I got a lot to say. She looks really cool. Thank you. I don't have the original photo, but this is actually based off of a photo of my Stalking Anarchy cosplay that I took myself. And um there's like a whole reason and a whole backstory as to why I really enjoy Studio Trigger. Um Long story short, Stalking Anarchy is a character that I have cosplayed a lot over my career. I know that it's like kind of raunchy, but you know, as an edgy teen, I love the shock value and I didn't understand the context. But long story short, I absolutely love the character design. And I love cosplaying her even to this day. No, I have not seen the second season. I don't know what fucking streaming service it's on. It's yeah, but anyways, I absolutely love Studio Trigger because one, Kill la Kill is my favorite anime because one, again, I know it's raunchy, but hear me out. As an edgy teen, I thought that Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt was the absolute shit. And it made me very edgy. And as an adult, I still fucking love this character. Um, and also on that same line of thought, like I don't know if this really like on kind of I can't really zoom in on her, but this character in particular was very much inspired by she kind of pops up on the side. Maybe sorry, I'm trying to find the right scene. You can see her artwork a little bit better. I think she peeks up here. This character in particular, like, was very her original design was inspired by a fan art of Kill la Kill that I was making. And again, it was never perfect. So guess what? I ain't never posted shit. I ain't never posted shit. But this was my original design for my PNG tuber, and I never really got her working because I just kept trying to make her perfect and redoing her over and over again. Eventually, I actually ended up doing the artwork completely, and you see both of them kind of side by side next to each other. Um, and this was me trying to recreate the same artwork, but like better, and it kind of just turned into a new character entirely. And I couldn't decide between the two, so now they're just both there in the corner. The original artwork was actually based off of Matoi Ryuko, and it's kind of funny that like that's why she has like this hairstyle with like this little blue highlight that makes her edgy. Uh and I have a whole lore and I have a whole reason, like I have a whole thing explaining why that character is the way that they are. Like they have a whole origin story. Not that I really intended to ever become like I don't really intend to ever become a VTuber or a PNG tuber. To be completely honest, this is it's just something out of convenience. Like I was saying earlier that I'm in between like upgrading my hardware right now and I don't have a functioning webcam, and this is literally the only PNG tuber that is up and running and functional at the moment. And she has 0 toggles. Um and I'm making her play Stardew Valley. She would be pissed. But also, this particular artwork is based off of a photo that I took of myself cosplaying Stalking Anarchy at, yes, the Out of Love Cars and Anime, the logo that's above my head right now. I think not this year, but last year. Um, Actually, I don't think I still have the VOD, but someone that was attending was like, "Oh, hey." your Valorant prop matches my car. And so I was like, well, this gun matches my favorite character. So even though Stalking is not the gun character, I decided to make a version of her. And it was one of the best cosplays I feel like I've ever done so far. And that's including when I was hired by Red Bull to officially be a Killjoy cosplayer at Homegrounds a few years ago, which is a whole other story within itself. Talk about trying to be perfect and absolutely hitting your face on the entertainment stand and eating shit. Talk about it was a gig that I had agreed to before the passing of my mom and took place in a month after her passing. And I was in a horrible state and I was so stressed that my hair was falling out. Because I originally just used my natural hair for Killjoy, and it just didn't read the same as it did. Um, when I would be taking my own photos and like and so it was just really frustrating. To kind of just see that like, damn, I know I could do better, but I guess I did it. But at the same time, it was never perfect. So guess what? I never took any photos and I never posted it. But your girl worked for Red Bull for a weekend. Technically, I was an independent vendor. Your girl was at the same after party with Ludwig and Tens and Tarek. Like I I did some cool shit, but I had no perfect way of portraying that story. So I never told anyone. I never did anything. But it was a gigantic achievement within my career. Panty and Stocking season 2 has 2 angels, and I'm not even gonna lie, I've seen cosplays of that, and it's very selfish of me, but this is the edgy teen in me that just wants to have a moment. I I want to watch that show, and if I resonate with either one of the male characters, I want to gender bend them and then cosplay them because I know it's gonna be different and I know it's gonna confuse everyone. And I like causing chaos. I really do. I really enjoy confusing people. I absolutely love dressing up as a character, like I was mentioning earlier. And actually, this is one reason why I have my cosplay photos on my like break screen because I reference these events so often. This character, like as I was saying earlier, is not a cosplay. This is just my outfit with a blue wig. It was inspired by the hat on this Gamer Subs hat. Um, and that's it. That's all this is. People were like, "Oh my gosh, it's Bulma. It's Hatsune Miku. Happy birthday, Bulma, by the way. Bitch." The OG. Absolutely love her. None of us would be here without her. She was the inspiration for so many of my favorite characters. Like, put some respect on her name, Queen. I can't talk about that anime. Oh my gosh, no, I get you. I get you. And that's one thing that's like really frustrating about like Twitch in particular is that the auto mod is so aggressive. I've actually been considering like trying to start streaming in Discord because I know that's a thing and I know that the auto mod like especially for things like this, right? Like I'm not even playing a game. Hear me out. Hear me out from my perspective as a Twitch streamer, right? If I were to sit in the Stardew category right now, if I were to sit in the just chatting category right now, be like you're not playing Stardew. You're not reading chat. You're just fucking what are you doing? I'm trying to figure out if I like this PNG tuber and I'm just testing out my hardware, to be honest. That's why we're in the test category. I I like it here. I I did not expect people to actually show up to my little test stream. I'm really happy that people did. Um I'm not even gonna lie. I think that this may actually be the pilot episode to our first podcast series. Oh my gosh, it's been 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds since we started going live. But yeah, long story short, I've been really going through a lot of just life recently. I haven't always had someone to be able to work out all of my like to vent to, you know? And be like, "Oh, get a therapist, bitch. Bitch. With in this economy? Are you kidding me? it's been 3 hours and I can't even I'm still trying to express to you the thought that I had at the beginning of stream, which was, what is something recently that you've changed your mind about? And it's like, or just change your perspective. I don't even fucking know. I had to pull out a notepad and pen. We shall watch the world burn. And I'm not even going to lie. I am not even going to lie. Okay, so hear me out. I have done a lot of self-reflecting, as I was saying. Yippee. Good for you, Kimmy. Thank you, bitch. Awesome. Moving on. Um, and one thing that I've actually noticed has helped me quite often is to take all of the thoughts, all of the things I am overwhelmed with, overstimulated with, all of the memories that all the conversations that I wish I could get the final word in, the final "I told you so," the "I wish I said this." Honestly, even just the random bits of, how do I even explain this? The random fucking moments that I wish I could share with people. I just started collecting them. Like, life has been hard. I've had to let go of a lot of physical possessions. So, really all I have are memories and small things I could carry with me. And there's a lot more to say there. That's not why I was bringing this up. Um, but sitting down and like talking through my emotions like this, it really helps. It really helps me personally. It really helps me just feel present in the moment. Um, and realistically speaking, it's a safe place for me to really learn how to gauge when I'm going 0 or 100, to try and catch myself in the moment when I'm saying it's either this or this. There's no compromise. And I find myself facing that mentality a lot when I'm playing games. But I also find problems a lot, especially when I get caught up in the whole streamer aspect of it, I guess. Of, you have to collab, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to la sponsorship, rah, Instagram posts, TikTok followers, rah, you know what I mean? It's very easy to get caught up in that, and it has brought me a lot of success. It has gotten me. I mean, look at all of these brands that are cycling through, and these, I'm not even gonna lie, this is kind of a flex moment. Mute me if you mute me for a second if you it because I'm gonna brag. I'm gonna toot my own horn. Are you gone? Okay, cool. These are just from last year. I have way more. I have absolutely way more. I don't even have a link for it because it's so fucking new. But if you go to www, how many W's is that? If you go to all the fucking W's and then you add a dot after that, that's important. The W dot, yep. Um, that makes it official. If you type in shibikimiko.com, you will see my website. And if you scroll down, you will actually see all of my current brand deals I made over the years. And and I'm still bragging. If you were clicking back in, sorry, click away. Are you gone? Okay, cool. I have more. I have more since I published my website. I have been on that grind so much that I've actually started to lose my voice. I had to take a break because I just couldn't speak. My voice was like I was losing my voice because I was just so busy on that fucking grind. And I'm still bragging. Like, I'm so sorry. I have to like clarify that I'm still kind of tooting my own horn a little bit. That it's realistically I've gotten to the point where I spread myself too thin. I was like trying to do so much for absolutely everyone, and I wasn't doing anything for myself. And it's gotten to the point in my career, in my streaming career, in my brand, that I have the ability to I actually have to be picky. I have to be picky with who I work with. One, for safety reasons. Two, I already have so much on my plate that I'm no longer at the point where I have to like bend over backwards and beg for any sort of promo or any sort of deal or whatever like I was before, which is kind of a rite of passage, I will say. Um but I've gotten to the point where I'm very comfortable and I have brands that I really believe in, and like just I've been putting in the work, and I think it's time for me to be able to relax and actually work on my own brand for once, you know? Like I took a break from like just trying to always be the model and like the cover photo. I still do. I still do. Pat on the back for myself. You can't see it, but I'm doing it. I, but realistically speaking, what I've been doing is helping promote events not just by pushing buttons on social media, which does help. It does help. And that's true for any content creator that you really enjoy and you really love, and you can't afford to donate or sub or whatever. That's okay. That's okay. Pushing buttons at the very least helps in ways you have no clue. You have no clue. If you sit in on someone's stream and you do not mute the stream because Twitch is going to count you out, you have to mute the tab, I think. And you have to like come in and move your mouse around or some shit. I don't know. You got to like bend over backwards for Twitch, which is another reason why I'm considering using Twitch as a way to record long form content. Because there was a time in my life where I was just so stressed out, and honestly, the only way that I could really fall asleep was if I had some sort of like white noise or background noise, and I just really appreciated long form, long form fucking like content that I didn't have to like wake up every half hour or something and like change the channel or like change the channel. Oh my god, girl, pick a new video, or like my playlist like ran out, or like whatever, there's an ad break, or like songs just weren't hitting hard enough, or I had already listened to these podcasts over and over again. And it's the very few content creators that were just real in the fucking like that just sat down and just said their piece and told their story. Those are the content creators that low key help pull me out of like a really, really dark place mentally. And I'm doing a lot better now. And that's why I'm like, oh, I'm gonna just do a little test stream. And then people started saying hello. And I'm like, oh, people, oh my God, hi. um, and it kind of just brings me back to what I was saying earlier of like, I've recently found a passion for connecting people with like-minded people, you know what I mean? Like I have a very limited social battery, but what I can do, I want to do. And I've been was on that grind like so hard to the point where it was very fulfilling work, but I wasn't doing anything um for my brand. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been bad at reading chat. Let me catch up real quick. I never really opened Twitch anymore, but seeing your notification on my phone from Discord. Oh, okay. Well, note to self. The Discord bot still works. Thank praise the fucking Lord. I've neglected the hell out of my Discord. Damn. People call me mommy. They want to see mommy. Sorry. Sorry. In game. But it's something that I've been really reflecting on, and not so much always doing heavy topics like this. I've been kind of wrestling with the thought of um having like, especially this time of year, having like these really heart to heart talks, but also um doing things like, sorry, I lost my train of thought. My brain glitched out for a second. Um this is kind of embarrassing. That this is kind of embarrassing, and I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real. Hold on. I need you to look me in the eyes. I need you to look me in the eyes right now. And you go, hey, look at me, look at me. Right here. um the reason why I was really trying to bring up that my brain works in sound bites and whatnot earlier is that I I really have just kind of been, well, okay. Yeah, I was that weird anime kid growing up. Yep. Okay, yes. We established that. Great. Great job, Kimiko. Thank you, Kimiko. Great. Wonderful. Um, but I had a really hard time due to my past experiences just kind of dealing with how ruthless the world can be. And the way that I actually processed that as a kid was taking everything with a grain of salt, taking the best of everything around me, taking the worst of everything around me, and turning it into a story in my head that made sense. And this is why I say this is really embarrassing, because on paper, it's like, you, what, you have a fan fiction that you didn't tell anyone about? Yeah, I, realistically speaking, because, hear me out, a lot of the things that I was absorbing, especially in my core mindset, like I was saying earlier, my mom was an OG nerd, right? And in my own way, I guess kind of same. Um, I really don't know what you call it. I I don't know what part of my brain. I don't know if it's like an ADHD thing. I don't know if it's a different mental problem. I really don't know. All I can do is explain the things that I'm really struggling with and how I found solutions. And I honestly just trying to find the moral of the story in the world around me is how I got to where I am today. And the reason why this is kind of embarrassing, and it does relate back to what I was saying earlier, I promise, um, is that that is also true for all of the like anime and like all of the stories and all of the series that I watch and everything like that. I took my favorite parts of every single piece of media that I consumed and took the best of it, took the worst of it, found the moral of the story, gave them the faces of cute anime girls, and I I gave them a life. I gave them like a whole background story. I gave them friends, a place to stay. Like I it's so strange and it's really embarrassing to say. Um but over the years, um especially like it started when I was like middle school, you know, like I was saying, super edgy middle school kid. But I had an idea and I have passively kind of been using that as a way to process things around me, things happening to me, things to justify whatever. Essentially, it's a way for me, it forces my brain find the silver lining because I'm sure I'm not the only one that struggles with this is that you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best. And that that has some truth to it, but in extremes, it can be a very slippery slope. It can be a really toxic mindset. And there are times where, in my past where the worst happened and I wasn't prepared. And now as an adult, long story short, I feel the need to pack absolutely everything but the kitchen sink. Um, when I go anywhere. Because, I'm a homebody. I'm very comfortable spending time alone. Like I very much value my alone time. And I protect my peace with my fucking life. This is the hill that I'm gonna die on, you know what I mean? Like the one thing I'm scared of most in life is just passing away with regrets. And I would regret living a life that wasn't peaceful, fulfilling. That shit kept me up at night. And when I was younger, was the source of many mental breakdowns that had no idea how to properly express, if that makes sense. As a kid, I would get extremely frustrated over the smallest things, and I could never explain why because I was a kid. And so, as soon as I had the option to, as an adult, I kind of just withdrew physically, like from the world. Like I was, you know, just watching life go by. And I was fine with it until, and I kid you not, it sounds so silly, but the breaking point, the camel straw back thing, the straw that literally broke the camel's back was after my mom had passed away, going through her room and finding all of those cool fucking clothes. All of those clothes now that like you they're trending again. You know what I mean? Like these are fire. I took them. I took them. I didn't even ask. I fucking took them. But she had all of these amazing clothes with the tags still on. And don't don't get me wrong, right? Her passing was tragic within itself, and that's a whole other episode. That's a whole other thing. Um, but life is short. Every everyone dies. in game. It's it's the circle of life, you know? And um I come from a fairly large family, many many great aunties, maybe many great uncles, many that don't really know me because I really only speak English and they mainly speak Japanese. So yes. Long story short, many great aunties and many great uncles passed away when I was very young. So um, it was very common for many of my friends to get Christmas dresses every year for their photos. I I grew up very quickly. I've been 5'6", like I've been this height and I've had this stature and I've stood at this like I have not grown much since elementary school. Like just whatever connotations that you have about me, just know that physically speaking, like I've looked this I've you know, shit happened. Shit happened. Long story short. Long story short, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. Definitely a lot of shit happened. Short story long. Yes. What did I come in back into? Well, welcome to the first episode of this podcast. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna call it. Maybe I actually call it short story long. Not even gonna lie. That that sounds pretty good. Maybe I'll flip a coin on it later. But like, I don't know. Um, that fucking broke me. You know what I mean? It was really common because I grew up like physically. I grew really fast. It was common for in my family to get new funeral dresses every single year because there were so many funerals and last year's didn't fit. So uh right, great. So because of that, all of my really nice and cool dresses were picked out for funerals. So when people be like, "Oh my god, you like to wear black." And be like, "Bitch." You're like, "Oh, your favorite color is like teal and pink?" I would have never noticed. And it's like, I swear to God. I swear to God, if you I it, if you click if you click uh shameless self promo moment. If you click chibikimiko.com, then you will definitely see that I like teal and pink, bitch. I feel like, oh my god, you're a tomboy. You're a tomboy. I'm like, nah. I used to be a tomboy, but I I'm- I like teal and pink. I like pink, you know. I really like pink. I also like teal. I grew up near the ocean, so it reminds me of the water, and it's very soothing. It's very soothing. I like it. Um, yeah. That explains any part of uh my fashion choice. Given with my personality, it's long story short. I was weird anime kid. The weird anime kid that hyperfixated on trying to look picture perfect, and I really hyperfixated on makeup and photography and lighting, and so now I have the ability to blow the fuck up. I clean up really well. I clean up really nicely when I want to. The only problem is that now that I'm older, I really don't want to. I I really don't want to. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm too old to try and impress people now. I'll wear makeup so that way I can conquer my fear of getting out the front fucking door. Um, but after that, I'm not trying to impress anyone. If my lashes fall off, I don't even care. I brought makeup wipes with me. I, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, someone see me like at the rave or at the club, and they're like, "Oh my god, oh my god, I can tap that." Be like, No, you're just in love with all the glitter on my face. Let me actually wipe this shit off. Like, I'm sorry. Uh, listen, listen. When you struggle with going 0 to 100 mentally, your love life is very chaotic, and I have learned from my own personal experiences that when I develop romantic feelings for someone, I tend to hyperfixate on them. Or maybe it's vice versa. I'm not even really sure how it works, but the problem is that in the past, if I did not have this person that I was hyperfixated on, um available when I was starting to crash out, it would turn into a manic episode. It would be very intense. It would be very emotional. And I could tell you now, sitting at 27, exactly where that comes from. It genuinely just comes from growing up in a very stable and like safe environment and having great memories as a kid. And then shit hit the fan. And um, long story short, I was used to having a specific support network around me that included my blood relatives. And once stress hit and it kind of escalated, those support networks were no longer reliable. And I kind of had to find ways to diffuse intense conversations. I had to find ways to survive, which is why humor is my defense mechanism. And it was a weakness for a really long time because it comes off to a lot of people of the inability to focus, the inability to be serious. And that is so not true. Like, hear me out. If you gave me 4 hours, 1 minute, and 17 seconds to explain myself, I might get halfway through my train of thought. And honestly, I kind of just want to, I don't know. I kind of want that to be why people follow me, not because I can do my makeup to look really good and I have tons of lighting gear and I know a thing or two about photography, so I have the ability to look absolutely plastic. But bitch, that shit is so fake. That shit is so fake, which is why I honestly recently have been changing and like what I'm currently doing is the reason why I don't have a webcam, blah 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 blah, middle of upgrading. Um I got a better camera so that way you could literally see like more of kind of either what I'm working on or the background because I kind of want to just cover the background of my stream with all of my friends' work and I can just point like your mom putting the drawing on the fridge and being like, "Yeah, yeah, my offspring drew that shit and now I have so many fucking magnets." Sorry. But I've also been finding that this is relating back to what I was saying earlier is that I've been really trying to focus on not relying so much on social media, being caught up in the likes, and just the usual way of being a Twitch streamer or whatever you want to call it. I don't fucking know. Um, and just being comfortable with myself, just being comfortable alone. Like it's nice to have friends that I can reach out to when times are rough. But there are times when people just may not be available. And when shit hits the fan, like realistically speaking, and this is a 0 to 100 kind of thought that like if it really came down to it, I I need to be able to be that person for myself. And a train of thought that has really helped me quite a lot actually is that it sounds a little bit delulu. Hear me out. Hear me out. Um but I definitely was a chronic people pleaser. And when I started really implementing the thought process of Would I do this for a friend? Would I do this for a loved one? For a coworker? For another human? Probably. Probably. Humor is my defense mechanism, right? That's how I learned to survive. That's how I was useful in the dynamics that I was in. It's become my strong suit over the years. I enjoy making people laugh. At at my core, at before all the trauma and the bullshit growing up, I at my heart I just love to put on a good show, and I just kind of subconsciously romanticized it, you know? And as I grew older, I didn't just my morals developed, and I didn't really find fulfilling work in being the picture perfect plastic model. Don't get me wrong. It's so much fun. Like, I do enjoy painting my face with some war paint. I do love me a lot of glitter. I do like to do my hair. It makes me feel like I'm capable of conquering my fear of the front door. And the reason why I keep saying that is literally because if you're like, "Oh my god, Kimmy, like you're saying that." Sorry. My brain just is all over the place. What I'm trying to say is that if you've had the thought over the past year of, GB, that's great and all that do you want to do another charity event in memory of your mother, but last year you did a giveaway, and you have the winners and you have their address and you never ship the prizes. Eh, uh, so, the reason why I feel the need to explain that I am currently really struggling with just getting over my social anxiety, I guess, and being comfortable going outside and just leaving my comfy zone. It's because I've been trying. Genuinely been trying to ship out like the giveaway things, but oh my gosh, I just get so intimidated. And honestly, eventually, I started to get over like my fear of asking for help at the post office. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed right now. But yeah, you know how stupid you look when you walk into the post office and you're like, I I don't know what I'm doing. I have I have the destination. Um, I have money. I do not have the special stickers or a pen. I don't have a functioning pen. Moral of the story is bring a pen to the post office for the love of God. They A Sharpie actually would be ideal. Their pens don't always work. I don't know why they got those little ball chain things where connected to the counter. All of them are gone. All of the pens, they're just chains connected to the counter, and I'm like, I, it, it, this pen doesn't even work. The one pen that they do have, it doesn't even work. And I'm like, okay, there's just a lot of there's just a lot of anxiety when you're there, and it just happens to also be the day when everyone and their fucking mother are trying to ship things out at the post office, and you're like, "Oh my god, I need help. I'm overwhelmed. Do I put it on the top left or the top right? Where do I Oh my god, I don't even know. Is this the right address? Can they ask you to double check and it's on your phone and you have to like double check, but then all you see is a bunch of like alphabet soup and you're like, "Fuck, I don't even know." There's been times where I will literally write it down on a post-it note and I go to the post office and I literally just hand it to them and I'm like, "This is it. Please help me. Help." Look, like, but Yeah, so once I figured out the Post-it note hack of just going up to the counter with all the information written down and just asking humbly for pity and help from the kind person that's tired and working at the post office. I got over my fear of of mailing stuff out. But the problem is that I just didn't do it. I kind of got carried away with, oh my god, packaging isn't perfect. I don't have the perfect goodies to go with it. Oh my god, blah, blah, blah. I got the panic of it's not perfect, so I'm just not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna disappear. Oh my god, and then I'm like, okay, hold up, hold up. You know, learning to catch myself when I get caught in that mindset is something that I'm still currently learning to work on. And in the past, especially when I was trying to be like the picture perfect streamer and like content creator and whatever XYZ, there would be moments where it would be hard to smile, where I may be trying my best in whatever game that I'm playing and it's just not working. And maybe I'm kind of like the pit of the joke, you know what I mean? I'm kind of like I am the punchline of being last place, being the one being carried. And I hate the reason why that was so frustrating to me is because there are, you know, because I am very I'm very feminine. I very girly pop slay. I was really beating myself up over the fact that I was contributing to the stereotype of being a female gamer that enjoys makeup and dress up and being horrible at games. And I really beat myself up over it, and I really honestly went 0 or 100 mentality, and over the years have literally taken breaks from streaming to try and get better at games. And it's because I wanted to like be able to be that cool person that could just log in and hit a clip, you know? And I do have some impressive like I will say I will say I don't play comp a lot. I do not play comp quite often, but I will say on average a lot of the accounts that I get paired up with in quick play are usually around plat. And then they're always like, "Oh, this is my Smurf account. Oh, whatever. Oh, whatever." I guess you could classify me as a quick play warrior, but I'm not even gonna lie. It's not that I'm like super try hard and that like everyone needs to be on their best behavior and stuff like that. I'm a quick play warrior in the sense that in the same way that I enjoy making people laugh and smile in real life, and there's a whole lore behind that, but it roots from a defense mechanism. um I'm the same way when I play games. I have that mentality, and since I've been in the virtual space for so long, it extends through the screen in the sense that I may only have 10 minutes. I may only have 10 minutes to try and like make an impression on the people in the lobby. Maybe all like 12 people, mostly the people on my team. If it's a bad match and we have a lot of people leave and join, and then they leave and join and leave and join. Yeah, I may have 12 people on my team. But that being said, despite it all, I want to try and like make them smile. Give them 2 seconds. Give them 2 seconds of serotonin when we cap point. When we cap point and we all get to emote together, you know you like that. You know you like those moments too. You know that you get that little sigh of relief when you log in and someone like teabags back, like friendly teabag, not like kills you and then furiously physically teabags you. It's like the hello, you know, when you say hello and they hello back, I will lock in. I will win this game for you. I You deserve a win today. I don't know what you're going through, but this game is gonna be the win. Problem is when I play comp and I explain that that is quite literally my mentality to everything, um people get angry. People get angry because I like to play the pretty pink girly pop characters. I got over 1,000 hours on Overwatch. Super excited to check out Demon, by the way. I've been saving that for stream, and honestly, maybe we'll just do it tomorrow. I need to share. Hold on. Wait, before I forget, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds before I forget. I literally filmed my reaction to seeing that Demon was actually like live because I've been so withdrawn from social media. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I just recently found out that Marvel Rivals has a fucking dinosaur. Um a friend of mine was upgrading their PC and then getting rid of their old one, which happened to be a better rig than what I was using previously. Unfortunately, because of some sort of hardware problem, I cannot get Valorant to boot on this new PC to save my fucking life. And I've been too stubborn to plug in my old one, so I cannot log into Valorant at all. But I was on that grind because, you know, your girl worked for Red Bull for a weekend. I did some shit. I did some shit. I can't prove it, but I did some shit. I have. Anyways, when I found out that Demon was actually a playable character in this next update, I physically pulled out my phone and recorded it because I was like, I don't have the time to paint my face, to set up a lighting studio, and to make things picture perfect. But I literally look like an absolute potato. I've been through so much stress recently, and I've also been struggling with nicotine addiction so much that my hairline is laughable right now. But also at the same time, this is why I'm saying this 4 hours into the stream and why I have a Discord server where I get to bump people that are mean to me. Because why? It's my own fucking Discord server. Shameless self promo, by the way. But yeah, no, hold on. I wanted to actually originally I just recorded it for the audio, but I want to share the actual like video in the server because I'm too lazy to write a caption for social media. But I didn't realize this forum things was on the Discord, this new forum thingy majig. Sorry, I'm still learning stuff. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, I can do multiple tags too. Oh my god, I can't believe that I set up this entire system within the server and then I never did anything. That's okay. Okay, I guess these are okay. I guess we can name this forum words. New forum post. Words go here. Nailed it. Words go here. I do thing. My bad. Sometimes I need to say what I'm typing out loud, and it makes it really difficult for me to learn any conversation while listening to any. Okay. When I say I only type 32 words a minute, I mean that's me trying really, really hard. I'm a slow typer. I am a slow typer. I, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. But if you're in the Discord server, I'm gonna like see if I can just post my reaction to Demon going live real quick because honestly, it was kind of it's so wholesome, and or at least I thought it was so wholesome. Wait, I need to find which video it is. I need to mute my mic real quick because I don't know what's in my camera roll right now. I'd be dealing with some like personal like life shit, and there's just like a lot of drama, and I'm like, okay, wait. I don't know what's happening, but moral of the story is the words go here, you know. So yeah, when I can't express myself through text, I will physically record a video and like explain what I'm trying. I will put on a personal stream and explain what I'm trying to say because my brain only works in sound bites, and you can call it brain rot, but I don't know. If you're here watching, if you're here listening, then I don't want to hear shit. You too. You. No, you. Hold up a sec. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah, no, okay. So the reason why is also because I've been going and helping my friends like promote their events and stuff. So there's just videos on my phone that's like full volume, just music blasting. There's me talking about random specific things that just yeah. Point is I just wanted to make sure I was sending the right video. Um yeah, no, you literally see me just like let me share it in the Discord server real quick. But I was so excited. I am still super excited. And it's like, again, I didn't do anything with this footage because I was like, oh my god, it's not perfect. I'm not gonna say shit. I'm not gonna post shit. I'm not gonna do anything. And that's wrong. That bad Kimiko. Bad Chibi. Bad. Eh. I'm just gonna send this with no context. That's gonna make it even better. Realistically speaking, I guess it's like I don't know. It's my own server and I don't know what channel to post it in. I'll just let my phone do its thing. Um Oh my god, I haven't read chat and I kept saying I was gonna read chat. My bad, my bad. Oh, I'm horrible at streaming. I am horrible at streaming. I don't like purple, it's the worst. Oh gosh, I thought this was Triumph. I don't know who this is. So cute. Oh my gosh, I love your emotes. They're so cute. Those noted emotes are adorable. Those things are unrelated and I can understand can understand Black, honestly. Scorpio's gonna Scorpio on yeah. I'm not even gonna lie. As a zodiac, like I don't even know that much about zodiacs, but every time I tell someone I'm a Scorpio, and they're like, they give me this look, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I I do be a vengeful bitch if you dive my backline. Just don't piss me off. Just just don't kill my supports. You know, leave my mercy alone. Imagine a Rave Cinderella story where you're trying to finish the first. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry. Brain cell moment. Brain cell moment. The thing that I was mentioning earlier is about how I have been working and like kind of taking the moral of the story in a grain of salt and the worst and best and worst of everything that I have really kind of experienced and find a place for it in my own world in my little imagination. So, fun fact about me, back in my day, right? We didn't have DVDs, we didn't have streaming services. We had VHS tapes. And there was one in particular that I actually watched so many times. I watched this movie on a loop so many times that I actually wore out the tape. I wore out the VHS tape, and my parents had to find a way to replace it because this was the only that I wanted to watch. I wanted to watch this. it has become such a core part of just it's such a core childhood memory, and to this day I still draw inspiration from this movie. And I'm not gonna lie, the fact that this movie even exists in general is my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing ever. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. So, the reason why I bring this up now is because it's Cinderella, but it's not just any Cinderella. Oh no. Oh no, sir. No. I wish I could tell you to come here and zoom in on my face as I tell you something that I've hyperfixated about my entire life, but pretend that I do like the zoom in and my face is right here, right? Boom. No. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. So, this is not the Disney Cinderella. No, sir. No. This this is the Cinderella that as an adult makes no fucking sense, but it's the best one. And let me tell you why. It's live action. Cinderella, Cinderella is black. And the best part about it is that the the prince is Asian. So his mom is also black and the dad is white. And it makes no sense, but it's a fairy tale world and it doesn't have to make sense. But it's the reason why it's my absolute favorite. I don't actually know which one came first. I never looked, and honestly, I don't fucking care. But the soundtrack of this old movie that I used to watch as a baby is the same soundtrack that is in the Cinderella Broadway like show, because growing up, like I said, I was a band kid, and every year there was a month where my school would do like school trips and stuff. And so the band always had their own trip. And one year we went from California to Washington to Seattle, which is actually my first time when I went to Seattle, and I looked up at the sky and I saw how cloudy and gloomy it was. And I was like, fuck it. I love it here. I I love the overcast. I Oh my god. I One day when I grow up and I adult, I'm gonna move to Seattle. Uh about a decade later, I live in Seattle now. Yippee! Anyways, um, one of the things we actually saw that was part of that field trip and that program was to go to the Opera House in Seattle, and we actually got to watch the Cinderella Broadway. And I'm not even gonna lie, like I said, I really only went to school and went to sports. So any opportunity that I had to get out of the house, I definitely jumped at. And one of the very few things that I was able to do growing up was cosplaying. And that's, long story short, I didn't even care what was on this band trip. I wanted to go. I I wanted to go. I needed to go. I needed to get out of the house because, you know, sheltered kid. I had homebody. I'd hear front door, XYZ. Point is that I had no clue that the soundtrack that they sing in Cinderella was the same soundtrack as that VHS tape that I burned out as a baby. And there's just a certain level of whimsy when it comes to those old ass animations that are like the I'm talking about the cheesy CGI. Oh yes. Oh yeah. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. How did the king who is white and the queen who is clearly black have an Asian baby? I don't want to know. Magic bullshit, you know? That that is really the best way that I can explain which Cinderella story that I'm talking about. Because if you know, you fucking know. You know, if you don't know, you can look it up and you can probably find a whole forum about it. I'm not even gonna lie. But that being said, the concept of Cinderella is something that I know this sounds very cheesy. This sounds very cheesy. You know what I mean? Or we'll go into the cheese room. Give me a sec. On. We'll save and then we'll go into the cheese room. I'll show you how. Oh, that hit the wrong button. I'll show you exactly how cheesy this be. Hold on. We don't have time to walk all the way to the end of the house. Also, if you play Stardew and you don't know what to use this nook for, make it a tiny little ass bedroom for when you're running late and you need to go to bed to save your progress. But you can't run to your bedroom. But yes, no, we'll go to the cheese room. This is extremely cheesy, and I already forgot my train of thought, but I'm hoping it's going to come back to me after I finish talking about this silly Stardew bit. Fuck. So it is a story very near and dear to my heart. It is like, I know that it's very cheesy, like, oh my god, the Cinderella, and you go to the ball and blah 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 blah. I'm not talking about Disney Cinderella. Oh no, sir. Oh no, sir. Look at all this cheese. You see this iridium grade quality cheese that I have aging in my cellar? No. No, this is not the Disney version. Who do you think I am? No. I am talking about actually what is rumored. What is rumored to actually have inspired not just the Disney version, not just the Broadway version, not just the version that logistically makes absolutely no sense. And I wonder what the fuck is happening in that castle with that family tree, but that's okay. The part that I absolutely fucking cherish was originally the original Grimm brothers, but then realizing that there's a similar story. There is a similar story that predates the Grimm brothers, and it's an old Slavic folk tale. And the reason why I absolutely fell in love with the concept of just retelling a Cinderella story, just another Cinderella story, is that there is no prince. No. So, before I like go on this whole ass tangent that I swear to God relates to what you were saying about Cinderella. I swear to God. I swear to God. Is that a little prerequisite? If you've words, where do I start? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so giddy. Oh my God. Where I get to talk about all my hyper fixations and no one can interrupt me because I'm by myself. Yippee! If the title Howl's Moving Castle sounds familiar, if not, you may have vague memories of a weird Ghibli film where the main magic guy, he has a castle that walks around. That concept is actually based off of an old folklore. This is actually a member of mythology that has been around for so long. For so long. And honestly, she needs more respect. Now that it's becoming nice and trendy to like pick a mythology figure and like make them a cute anime girl, bitch. The character that Howl from Howl's Moving Castle based off of, or like, his house be based off of, is, from what I understand, an old Slavic folklore of Baba Yaga. And the reason why there's the myth of she has a house that walks is because the natives in that area, there's a lot of wildlife in this dense forest, right? So in order to keep their food and their storage and stuff all safe and good and dandy throughout the winter, they would actually build these tree houses. And they would build their storage units off the ground. So that way they could store large quantities of food. And it was kind of eerie if you saw the shape of this through the silhouette of a dense forest, because it looks like a house on legs. And so, you know what I mean? And it can be really easy to get turned around. There's multiple of them, so it looks like they move. And if you're not familiar with the area, if you're not a native, you would think that maybe this house is following you. Um, especially as you're walking around, your peripheral vision is you're in fight or flight mode, you're kind of scared, you got goosebumps on the back of your neck, you know. Um, as you're walking through the trees, it may look like something is moving and it's not. Maybe it's literally just the wind and the light catching off of leaves. It could be a random twig snapping. You know what I mean? You'd be kind of in that ooga booga state. Um, but that was kind of like the origin almost of like the house of Baba Yaga. And so the concept of Baba Yaga, I absolutely love. Honestly, in terms of things that have changed my perspective on life recently, is fucking Baba Yaga. This bitch is like, she is it. She is absolutely it. Okay. And you're like, oh, I don't really know if I'm familiar with that. It's okay. It's okay. Because you're here now. You will be familiar. Sorry, that was mean. But yeah, I kind of just did some researching. I kind of went down the rabbit hole. And the concept of Baba Yaga, she's actually she's taken on many faces. She has a completely different look in modern day media, which I kind of hate personally. Personally, I do not like seeing her as like a creepy old man or creepy lady or entity or whatever. The boogeyman. What she is, and this is kind of in my own words, from how I understand it, she is the gatekeeper. She is the trial that all heroes, all figures of mythology, they must pass or encounter her in some shape, way, or form in order to become legend, in order to become myth. And I love that because it fucking breaks the fourth wall. And I'm like, oh my God. Breaking the fourth wall before there were even walls built, damn, bitch. Like, gee. So there's she has other versions and has been like interpreted in other ways, right? So another common interpretation of her is actually the three crones. If you've ever seen like the old school Hercules movie, and there's the three witches that they don't have an eye, but they all share one eye, and they like see the past, present, and future, and all that kind of stuff. They are actually based off of Baba Yaga. Like sometimes she's a single entity, and sometimes it's a series of sisters or coven. Um, and as far as like a dive, deep dive down the rabbit hole, oh my goodness gracious, that was a tongue twister. Um, she is like what all of like, the old witch in the woods that provides a mysterious power that either goes really good or really wrong is kind of based off of. And the reason why I personally really, really, really fucking like her. I love this bitch. I love her so much. Like, oh my god, slay queen. I mean, that's the thing. She doesn't even slay. She's just there. She is quite literally, from how I understand it, is like the embodiment of karma. So when I say that she is the trial that all true heroes must pass, is that for people that are not meant to be a true hero, and they are not just, and they are not honest, and they are not who they say they are, like their words and their actions don't meet up, XYZ, then she is the boogeyman because she's low-key be the embodiment of karma, Like, but for those who are just, and those who are honorable, and those who are honest and are low key just fucking doing their best and doing what they can and just willing to do the shit, you know what I mean? Like, they get a piece of information, or they get pointed in the right direction. They get help. they get to move on to the next stepping stone in order to become legend, become myth. You know what I mean? And I think it's really cool. Don't get me wrong. Like I love mythology. I love history. I love stories in general. Absolutely. Like that is just the core of everything. I just love a good story. And more so stories that are gonna fucking make you think. Like make you feel things. That's what I want. That's what I fucking like. You know what I mean? And over like the years, I know that there's like a game of telephone and things can be misconstrued, they can be misinterpreted, and like kind of the core values of what made this story so iconic to begin with could be lost. And I don't know, I think it's kind of just interesting to figure out what the fuck went on back then. And I'm like, damn, when did I mean, I'm glad they added the fairy godmother because she was a diva, you know, like love that bitch too. But damn, let me just say, they were like, "Oh my god, the original Cinderella is so dark, and the sisters get boo boos, and they inflict pain with on themselves, and Cinderella like uses her magic bird talking abilities, kind of, or essentially karma comes for the evil sisters, and they get their eyes eaten up by crows or whatever, blah blah blah. So dark, so awful, bitch." Oh, the Slavic version? The Slavic version. There ain't no eyes, there ain't no toes, there ain't no nothing left. They literally get burned to ash. There is nothing left. They die a horrible death in a fire. Because Baba Yaga said, "Yeah, fuck them bitches." But who would have thought? Who would have thought that Baba Yaga was actually the original fairy godmother in what today we know as Cinderella? But like, don't get me wrong, there's been a lot of changes throughout the years. I think actually in the original Cinderella, there was no fairy godmother. I want to say that's actually a Disney edition. In the original Cinderella, I want to say that on her deathbed, Cinderella's mother said that like I'm with you, like where the songbirds go, or something like that. Something very sweet, something to do with songs, something to do with birds, right? And that was kind of like um the form of the fairy godmother. Like when she needed something, it would be the birds to help her, and it'd be really weird. But the first version of Cinderella is really fucking weird. From Grimm, strange. Um, but in the Slavic version, in the original version, she is given a doll by her mother on her deathbed, and is saying that like this doll will watch over you, this doll will protect you, and let's go! Thank you for the gifted, Gumby. I apologize. I be yapping. I'm horrible at checking chat. I'm venting, honestly. I'd be all over the place. I appreciate. Hold on. Before I finish that thought, let me actually read the rest of the chat real quick. Sorry, because you're amazing in every way possible, and like that's the thing, right? That's the thing, is that like I'm terrified of essentially, what if Baba Yaga is real, and I come face to face with her, and she's like, "You are not blessed. You are not worthy of becoming a legendary Overwatch player." And I'm like, oh, no, please, oh, I had to change my ways, dude. I was surface level conversations are boring to me. I want to know about your soul, the long version of everything. You know, yeah, no, that, literally that. I want to know your, like, how you see the world. I want to know your viewpoint. I want to know your morals. How'd you get those morals? How'd you get here? Like, Tell me your story. That's what I want to know. Oh my god, my game. Oh, I fell asleep in game. That's okay. But you know what I mean? Like, that is what I fucking like to hear. Those are conversations that are extremely intriguing to me. And the reason why I will actually drain my social battery so much is because I want to ask those questions. I want to get into the nitty gritty. But over the years, I have learned to kind of mask that side of me, the weird anime kid, you know what I mean? Just the weird, the weird fucking band kid. Like, I don't even know how to fucking describe it. I have learned over the years to try and blend in with society by asking, like, just not being too much. And that is my main thing, is that I just have a problem with either doing nothing or doing everything. And ugh, I'm sorry. I I know this is a lot, but and this is also very random, but low key, I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna be right back. Hold on. And I am back. I'm back. Okay. Sorry about that. I have a tiny goldfish bladder, and also kind of noticing myself just all of my train of thoughts were starting to overlap, and I kind of just had to let my brain reset for a second. I honestly, I appreciate I appreciate so much of the support. Like I said, like this test stream was originally just to see like if my hardware could hold up for more long-term streams. I didn't announce anything. I wasn't expecting anyone to click in. Um, but just because you guys have been here to just listen in, all the lurkers, all the supporters, just every button pushed, I'm not even gonna lie. I was able to take a huge step forward in trying out a new form of content that is completely different from what I've been doing over the past few years and finding a sense of fulfillment from it. And I feel like it's kind of janky and it's kind of crazy and it's, you know, not exactly how I envisioned it, but being able to vocalize all these thoughts out loud, especially, while being able to see all of my artwork and all of the stuff that I've been putting, like working on kind of just in the little viewfinder, I'm like, damn, like, sorry, I don't mean to brag, but like, I did some work, queen. And even though this PNG tuber was originally just a quick sketch that I did because I thought it would be cute to do, um, it's kind of growing on me. It's kind of growing on me a little bit. I Instead of trying to go full bore and make my other one that I was showing you earlier, I'm not on break, but like trying to make this one like absolutely functional. I think that right now, honestly, this is kind of like a cool just yeah, I did that shit. I made that animation work. It didn't work for what I wanted it to work for. And I didn't originally draw this piece of artwork for to be a PNG tuber. It just turned out to be my best example of line art. Um, you know, How long have you been live? I just finished gym. Dope Sue! How was your workout? I've been live for 4 hours, 53 minutes, and 25 seconds. I'm just trying to like stress test everything because I don't know, I think I updated some hardware or something, but long story short, my Elgato webcam that I have and my current computer, they don't talk well to each other. So when I plug in my webcam, it just kind of like freezes and like it's just not working. And so people were saying like, "Oh, like go to like a different computer and like whatever the update." And I'm like, "That sounds like a lot of work." But I also just happened to upgrade my normal camera that has the possibility to also be a webcam. But the problem is that when you plug it in to the PC, it can only either act as a webcam or be like a data transfer cable that charges, but it cannot do both. So the problem is that I would have to like change out the battery and that would be fine. It would just kind of be like extra steps. I bought a dummy battery for it and it was the wrong size and because I tried to buy something new and it didn't work and it's virtually useless to me, I kind of just spiraled. I kind of just had a moment. I wish I could say it was a really cute like diva moment, but it really wasn't. It it really wasn't. I was big sad. I was big sad about it. Um But yeah, so I was like, fuck it. I have run out of excuses to not go live, and I have a functioning PNG tuber. So technically, if I don't have a webcam, I am still capable of doing the thing, you know? And so I went live, and I'm not even gonna lie, I didn't even expect anyone to click in because I didn't announce it or post it on my socials. and that was like almost 5 hours ago, and I've just been, I'm not even gonna lie, it's been very therapeutic for me just to take all of the thoughts that have been on my mind and try and verbalize them or like form some sort of organized, cohesive thing. I don't know. It it feels nice to talk. It just feels nice to be back. Like this. I have a lot of friends that are hosting events and like going to raves and like going shows, and I want to support the artists. I want to support the venues. I want to support the people working these events because these events have been a reason for me to try and get outside and make friends and whatnot. But I, it's not my end goal, And shameless self promo, if you check out my website, you check out chibikimiko.com. And you actually go to like the FAQ or like about Chibi tab. I actually should have, I believe it should be live and uploaded, but I actually created a little chart and I don't have the links working right now. I'm sorry. I meant to have hotkeys, but oop. You on your way? Yeah, no rush, no rush. Only if you wanted to check it out. But I have a little Venn diagram and I've been trying to like flush out each of the sections, but that chart in particular is quite literally like, I don't know how else to explain it, so I'm just going to be blunt. I don't want to play the game, right? I grew up in the California cosplay scene. In order to be successful, you got to be in Southern California. You got to be in LA. I I don't like that. I don't like the games that you have to play. I don't like that you have to that it can be easy. You just have to be consistent as long as you just follow trends and you just try and make the algorithm work for you. I don't like that. I tried it and honestly, it kind of just brought me a target audience that I didn't want. And it was just the people that were like not here for because, they're also someone else that has trouble sleeping at night. They're also someone else that's fighting their own demons and are looking to get better, just don't know how. And that's what I'm doing. That's who I want my post to go to. Like, I like to play dress up. I like to play with makeup. But I'm so tired and I get so burnt out about trying to make everything picture perfect. And honestly, if it's scuffed, even even better. I as advertised. Um, that Venn diagram in particular is me explaining everything that makes up what I want to do. The reason why I stream on Twitch, the reason why I like what the brand Chibi Kimiko is, like, but also what would make it up, if that makes sense. So, to be blunt, this explains everyone and like everything that I am interested in, like will prioritize my time and energy towards. And the end result is honestly just trying to make like anime conventions a safe place because as cosplay and like anime becomes more mainstream, there's a lot of misconceptions out there and someone needs to stand up, and I'm not even going to be blunt, not blunt. I am being blunt. Girl, I need a blunt. What am I talking about? I'm not even gonna lie. A lot of these really big conventions are lacking something and losing a lot of faith in their original community because it's just not a safe place to dress up and nerd out anymore. And that's what I needed growing up. That was my escape from sports and school and everything else. That was my ticket out of the house. And I know that other people need that, you know? And end goal, that's where I am. Like, I'm know my strengths and whatnot. I'm not trying to like take over and like make like a whole like convention and like family friendly thing. I'm out here fucking fighting for those of us that had to grow up too fucking fast. And deep down, we still got like hopes and dreams, and we have visions for the future that we've kind of just decided that it's okay to watch go by because someone else will probably do it, right? No, bitch. No. No, let me tell you, I've been out there doing the dumbass like social media bullshit and whatnot like years ago. Years ago. This is not like recently. This is years ago. And it's not a fun game to play. To make it in LA? No. No. Is it possible? Yes. Is it fulfilling? Not to me. And I respect anyone on that grind. I respect anyone out there chasing their fucking dreams. It's just not a mentality that I find it it's easy for me to get carried away, and it's easy for me to take things from 0 to 100, and I find myself isolating quite often because of that exact mentality. And I realized that it kind of made me not really fit in with a lot of the air quote like like big industry names or whatever. Um and that's okay. Like I had to come to terms with the fact that I wasn't going to become like the next big amazing perfect cool cosplayer that has like a bajillion fucking follows. Like, you know what I mean? Like the dream that you had when you were like 19. Trying to sit with myself and be comfortable with okay, that dream made sense when at the time. But I think it was because I yet hadn't experienced enough life and known enough, and this is my own personal experience, you know what I mean? I'm not like saying that everyone is like this. Um is why I wanted why why did I want to do that to begin with? Yeah, I like to dress up. Yeah, I like to play with makeup. But why did I like cosplaying? I like to bring characters to life, and that's why I hyper fixated on making them absolutely perfect because an anime character is perfect, you know? And yeah, I have like it's an admirable goal. It's very respectable. It takes a lot of work. It's just not for me anymore, you know? After at least like getting a small taste of it, it was just it kept me up at night more so than I don't even know how to phrase that. It just wasn't fulfilling. I don't really know how to explain it. The void in my chest, that hollow feeling that never went away. It never. It 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 was painful. It was chronic. It was to the point where it's like unless I had, and this is bringing back me bringing back me bringing myself back to the point I had. I don't even know how many hours ago. Um, is that when I didn't have that fixated person there, that person that had all the answers that could solve all my problems, that could make all of my frustrations and emotions and stuff go away one way or another, I didn't feel real. Um, and that's really weird to say, but like I kid you not, there was a time in my life where my hobby quite literally was if none of my roommates were home is I would sit down and I would watch the clock. I would turn on the TV and I would let the like have the screensaver on so I would know the time. But I didn't log in. I didn't have the energy to be honest. I would just sit there or like maybe I would like lie down on the couch and I would just watch time go by until one of them came home because I didn't know what to do with myself. And this is also a reason why like I would struggle with school back in the day is because I struggled to study unless I was in an environment where my mind could focus. And as I'm older, like, I'm realizing, okay, well, ADHD meds definitely help. And like regulating everything definitely helps. But back then, it was like I had to have like a lot of caffeine. I had to I had to have like food, I had to have snacks, I had to be in a library, I had to be in a coffee shop, I had to be in an area where it felt like I had nothing else to do but study or to do my homework or work on this project or whatever. And I don't even know really how to explain it, but if I'm hoping that's a problem that other people have faced at one point or another in their life. And same, just so you know, same. LA is a nightmare. Yeah, no, girl, girl. Out of the games that I downloaded to test out for stream tonight, I have my usual go-tos. I have Overwatch and Marvel Rivals. I felt like this overlay would go really well with Cyberpunk, so I downloaded Cyberpunk. Out of all of those shooters, because I thought that this would fit the vibe for shooters a lot more, I decided to go with Stardew Valley, even when I have the option to escape into an imaginary world. I want to take it slow, bitch. I want to. Uh, Let me tell you, I'm not 19 anymore. Stardew Valley rips. Honestly, I love it so much. Hey, I live there. Okay, so I want to clarify. I am not saying that like NorCal versus SoCal, East Coast, West Coast. I am not saying that. I am saying personally, in my experience, when I first entered the industry, my goal was to become a professional cosplayer at conventions. So in California, what is the end goal for that? It is to become a guest cosplayer at Anime Expo. And as I integrated more into the industry as I grew up, because given this is all before I even turned 18, this is all while I am like I'm in eighth grade, right? I'm in eighth grade, but I had the cool stuff. I had the cool stuff, so people be like, I have some really cool photos. I have some amazing cosplay photos that look picture perfect, that are like amazing. The character came to life, XYZ, from before I turned 18. And I'm not even gonna lie, I just don't feel comfortable like using those as part of my portfolio anymore because that is just what I used to do you know, as I got older, I found that it became very toxic in the sense that like, oh, well, if your cosplay wasn't picture perfect, if you didn't have the bigger prop, if you didn't have like the cooler whatever XYZ, if you didn't know the right photographer people, then you would be putting blood, sweat, and tears into a project you stayed up like 2 weeks, like losing sleep over, hot gluing together, and get a handful of photos back. Um, because you just genuinely were either too young, too eager, didn't know the right people, didn't have your foot in the door yet. And as a cosplayer, it was really discouraging. It was really discouraging. I took a fat fucking break from the cosplay community, especially after I graduated high school. Um, I was going through college for a few years, and I never actually graduated college. I eventually will go back, but long story short, I kind of stepped away from that mentality of just trying to be picture perfect and everything like that and keeping up a good face for the people that could help me achieve my goal of you know. I I found that when I came back, I really I really just enjoyed anime conventions. Not just not just the way I was experiencing them prior of like putting my heart and soul into a project and like standing around a bunch of photographers because I didn't know anyone and hoping to God that someone would take my photo, yes, but more importantly that they would send it to me or I could get it back in some way, shape, or form. And it was really discouraging to just kind of see like again, like life kind of go by, but me not knowing how to even do the basics of like schedule a photo shoot because again I'm a middle schooler. I got middle school bullshit I'm putting on. You know what I mean? Like I that I'm going through. And but once I came back after taking a really long break, I found that like I genuinely enjoy instead of just spawn camping the photographer spot, um going out and like just exploring the event and enjoying taking photos of other cosplayers that I really like and maybe trying to capture a photo or two for someone else. It may not be perfect, but like, at least try to quickly do haul shots or something. And it kind of got to the point where I was like starting to get a little bit of like FOMO, in the sense where it's like, man, I kind of want to dress up too. Like, I really like to dress up. I miss dressing up. I miss cosplaying, but I didn't really have any characters that were like, again, picture perfect. So I started doing closet cosplays and I started doing like original character cosplays and I kind of just started focusing more on making a cool outfit. Um instead of being lore accurate or like picture perfect and more importantly an outfit that I felt comfortable being in for extended periods of time. And so then that's kind of where I got to the point of like now I like to cosplay a lot of like original characters. I cosplay a lot of like mascots, like you know what I mean? And that's brought me a whole other slew. That's a whole different industry. It's an entire different industry because I'm not out here because I'm a cosplay model. I'm out here because I'm a walking billboard. And my friend made this shirt and it's super fucking sick. And go support my friend, god damn it. And I don't really know how to put all that on a resume, but that is kind of where I be, Like that's what I'm doing. Like that's where I found way more fulfilling work, but also at the same point, being a walking billboard it was easy to spread myself thin like really quickly. And I kind of realized that, okay, it's to the point where I have to learn to say no and I have to learn to start prioritizing my time over like not just promises and stuff like that and like things that like sentiments that were shared, but more so like prioritizing where I focus my branding based on like the actual actions of the people I'm collaborating with, you know? Um and now that I have like those brands that I really really support, like I wear them all the fucking time. I realize that it's like I don't really have the ability, like I don't have the ability to like multiply and like do all of these different things. And it's like, you know, I can only do so much. Yeah, I'm so sorry for that tangent. I'm just kind of I don't really know how to explain it. Realistically speaking, what I wanted to do was make like this picture perfect like post thing and be like explaining why I've been gone for so long, but every time I tried to sit down to type it out, it would turn into this long ass conversation with me, myself, and I. So then I tried to make like a quick little 10-minute video of like, or not even 10, turned into a few hours. Um, but I tried to do like a quick little 10-second clip that I could post on my socials. It's like, hey, I'm sorry I've been AFK for so long. I've been really just working on myself quite a bit and going through a bit of a brand change. And yeah, I'll see you guys out there on the interwebs. And that's all I wanted to say. And it took me 3 hours to say it. And I cried. So, I think I'm just gonna lean into my weaknesses and make them my strengths. That um, when I was 19, my dream was to become like to bring characters to life and be like a guest at like the coolest anime conventions that are big in Northern America, XYZ. And now that I'm older, I'm realizing that it all started with wanting to bring those characters to life. It all came to wanting to do these characters justice in some way or another. And this does tie back into why I was mentioning why I really love Studio Trigger. And this also ties back into how I was mentioning quite a while ago about how I have been wrestling with the idea of starting a podcast series, but not always doing these heavy like life heart to heart talks. Because it can be it can be hard. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a very real moment. I'm very vulnerable right now. um but also doing like a few different types of podcasts, and this also links back to why I was mentioning everything about like the Cinderella story and XYZ, and also why I was bringing up like how I process the world around me and how it's kind of documented in my memory in the form of a story that makes sense. Um, that all brings me back to the point of doing multiple different, I guess, types or series or categories, whatever you want to call it. But I would actually really enjoy being able to like sit down and open up and kind of like tell, like, share what I've been working on, because I know that a lot of people are like, oh my god, people are going to steal it. But every single idea that I had is a reference to something else in my life. And it's technically like I'd be yoinking that idea anyways. And it's one very personal because this is like very much a love story to all of the fictional worlds that helped me stand where I am today. But also like telling my own story, and not just my own story, but also the story of, you know, Mama Cheebs. Because let me tell you, that girl had a sense of style, and I'm just pissed as fuck that she passed away with all of those outfits with the tags still on. And I'm like, the tags were still on. Girl, you were cooking. And that was the thing, is that she loved to cook. And she was like her. Ugh. Point is that I've been kind of wanting to do a creative series where I kind of sit down and like explain the story so far. Maybe like, hey, I have this idea, but I kind of want to flesh it out, like doing like group brainstorms, I guess, and not so much of like, oh, I'm trying to steal other people's ideas and make them their own. It's that in this world in particular, in this series, it's not like there's a main character and there's one plot point. I kind of did it in the reverse, is that I created a world and a magic system and lore and history and all of this stuff, and have been working on a timeline of how all these different connections and communities are integrated into this original magic system that I've just been passively basing out to work on my entire life. Not really. entire life. I lie. The original artwork that I did that inspired this entire story, I did when I was 13 at the kitchen table. And those markers and mechanical pencils changed my life. I don't have the original artwork anymore, but you know, yeah. But there is like how the world began, there is how the world ends, and there's everything in between. But there's not exactly a cohesive storyline or anything. There's lots of characters, many characters. There is a catastrophe. There is like a, when it's like, oh my god, halfway through the point there is an old world and a new world because bullshit went down, yada yada yada. We got one of those too. And you best believe it's a reference to Pacific Rim, and you best believe that it's also a reference to Cinderella. Don't ask me how. Actually, you can ask me how, but that's a completely different episode. Because bringing me back to the reason why I felt the need to explain the original like folklore that theoretically could have inspired the Grimm brothers version of Cinderella is that in the original version, um, she receives a doll, right? And like that doll and her go on some adventures and some bullshit. Now, what if we were to take a small aspect of this? What if we were to take a small aspect of that story of the Cinderella story, the beginning, and we were to make one change? We were to make one small change that completely changes the entire story. Hear me out. Instead of receiving a doll that she carries around, she receives a doll that carries her around. Oh yes. Oh yes, I'm talking a Cinderella mecha story. Yes. And this mech is very much involved in how the old world and the new world became, old in the new world. And I I am very excited. It's very difficult for honestly, my main thing is that it's really difficult for me to try and like talk about like my favorite shows and my favorite animes because I'm so hyper fixated on like fleshing out the story of how Mecha Cinderella uh low key does like a Pacific Rim like Gypsy Danger reference and like destroys the entire world. And um yeah, I was actually thinking about adding like a Pokemon reference in there too. I think having some sort of pocket monster would be kind of a cool addition. You know what I mean? Like, let me tell you about the best Cinderella story that has never been told, doesn't even exist, and I don't even have the words to explain it. But I got, oh, it's so good. It's so good. I, low key, I can see that. You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Okay, so I don't gatekeep, right? And the reason why it's like I don't like gatekeep or I'm not trying to like hide the story or this idea from like anything is because this is just to pay tribute to the original like folklore of Cinderella. It's also paying tribute to Pacific Rim, which has a very, very, very sentimental, like special place in my life. Um, yes, yes, I love Pacific Rim, and I think I've told this story a few times on stream before. But long story short, like little Spark Notes version is that once my grandfather he eventually became very ill and had a stroke, and so he was kind of unable to move his body and unfortunately just kind of became a vegetable. Um and so the only really thing that seemed to be entertaining is that to him was like action movies, was like thriller movies, and the caretakers were telling me like, oh yeah, he really likes Transformers, he really likes like robot movies, fighting movies and stuff. And so this was around the time where Pacific Rim came out, and I was like, I just recently learned at this point in my life that apparently, and I don't know if it's true, but I just assume, right? Benefit of the doubt. That once someone has a stroke, that mentally they are still the same person. But their bodily functions are just so fucked basically. Um, that they're really only capable of like acting like a baby or a child, you know. But mentally, they're still there. And so once I heard that, and like I don't even know where I heard that from, but as soon as I heard that, it was just kind of like, oh my god. Oh my god, my if that's true, my grandpa would be so fucking pissed. He would be so fucking pissed if like these caretakers and his family and like his children and stuff were talking to him the way that they're talking to him. Because I don't know if you remember this. Uh sorry. I was talking to you like you were actually sitting here the entire time. But earlier I was talking about how um when you speak to animals, it's like you kind of have like a baby talk almost, and it gets like really high pitched. And so my mom's baby talk for the first cat that we had was, "Oh, Yoko mama, like Yoko baby." And so that became her username, and then years later, years later that became her username, and then that became the third viewer that I needed to finally start cashing in checks on Twitch. Yippee! uh But yeah, that's the Spark Notes version. If you're joining us now and weren't here earlier. But yeah, no, the reason why why I bring that up is that people tend to have that same mentality when talking with old people, right? And he hated that. It- like you know what I mean? He was not the kind of person that would appreciate being like babied because he physically cannot move. Like at the very least, I knew that about him. And so I would legitimately talk to him because you know we always had to have like someone sitting in there with them, so I would legitimately sit in there and I would talk with him about everything going on. And the thing is that I've did my very very best to simplify things down to kind of like yes or no sentiments, you know. Talking about movies, have you seen this, yes or no? Did you like this, yes or no? You know what I mean? But like because he wasn't able to speak very much, but the one thing about him that was just so ingrained in like muscle memory and like attuned with his emotions were his bushy ass eyebrows. Caterpillars. God, those things were fluffy as fuck. Like I have to, it's genetic. I like trim the fuck out of my eyebrows, but they're damn. He was always very expressive with them. And so after losing like most control of his bodily like functions and stuff after the stroke, after multiple strokes, the one thing he still had control over was his eyebrows. So if you actually paid attention and you looked him in the eye, or not eyebrows, he was speaking. He was speaking the same way he normally did. He was still there, 100%. And through that, I was able to have like full on conversations um by just kind of reading his eyebrows. So the reason why I bring that up is because the reason why I love Pacific Rim. I love Pacific Rim so fucking much. Like I understand like Evangelion Genesis inspired it. I don't care. I love Pacific Rim. It's my favorite. It's the best movie ever, and you cannot convince me otherwise. I refuse. And this is why. um there was a day when I was just kind of like asking him if he had seen a movie, and have you seen this movie? Have you seen that movie? Yes, no, XYZ. That character was this character was stupid, this character was funny, like what about this scene, and like asking him very specific like yes or no questions that he's capable of answering with his eyebrows. And so it got to the point where I was like, okay, well what about like Pacific Rim? Have you seen Pacific Rim? And he's looking at me like, the fuck? Does not ring a bell. And I'm not surprised, right? When you're a vegetable and you like can't move and except for your eyebrows, and these caretakers just be putting random movies on loop. Like I don't blame you if you don't know the titles. Also at the same time he's like 89 at this point. um I'm like, okay. Okay. No, it's such a good movie. You would love it. You would absolutely love it. I'm sure you've seen it. I'm sure. And he's like, he's just laughing. He finds it funny. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm like explain it to you, except I didn't just explain it to him. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. I acted out the entire movie, start to finish. Lilo and Stitch style acted out the movie. A one Kimmy show. I was both Gypsy Danger and every kaiju. I was both pilots. And I explained the entire plot of Pacific Rim. I even did the little theme song, the little and I did the whole thing. I like sang like all the theme song that I could remember. I'm like, okay, this has to jog your memory. Like you definitely have, if you've seen it, you would recognize it, right? So I kept explaining it and I kept explaining it and I kept explaining it. Like 45 minutes later, he's got the biggest smile on his face. My face hurts from laughing and like trying to explain, and like I got my Nerf gun and I was like pretending to like be the Gypsy Danger, like shooting the kaiju and stuff like that, and I was like I was explaining the EMP blast and everything. And yeah, eventually the caretaker comes in and checks on us and stuff because I've been like, building a small fort in his room. And they're like, "Oh, what's going on here?" And I'm like, "Oh, um, I was just asking if he had seen Pacific Rim." And they're like, "No, no, no. He he has not seen Pacific Rim." And it was kind of in that moment that I realized he had no idea. Like it wasn't ringing a bell because he hadn't seen it. Also, the primary caretaker was my uncle. Um, and he would know that he hadn't seen Pacific Rim because I was playing it on the living room in a loop, and they couldn't play it for him because I had the DVD in the living room. So they were very long story short. Um, my grandpa never saw Pacific Rim. I don't know if he eventually did. I never asked him. Um, but I fucking love that movie simply just because of that memory. Because, that was one of the last times that I really just saw him laugh and smile like ear to ear like he used to. Um, before before his stroke. And so it was just like it was such a core moment to remember to myself of like I I like to put on a show. I like to make people laugh. I want people to walk away. Maybe they won't remember what I said, but I want them to walk away with a little bit more hope for the world, you know? And I know like a lot of people say that, but just trying to find a way to practice that in my everyday life, but then also find a way to explain it has been very tough, especially in this day and age of short form content. Like, girl, I've been live for 5.5 hours and I'm still trying to finish that thought that I had 5.5 hours ago. Short form content, my fucking ass, girl. I can't fucking. I didn't hear you had a Nerf gun during all of this. Oh yes. Oh yes. I got a I went to my little like toys that I had growing up and I pulled out the Nerf gun and I fully reenacted it. And that has become such a core memory and such a wholesome moment in my life that like anything that either inspired Pacific Rim, anything inspired by Pacific Rim, I love you. I love you. And that's why I hated Diva at first until I heard her backstory and I'm like, no, I can't hate her because she's pink. I can't. She's a Pacific Rim reference. Fuck. And I didn't it took me so long to get into Evangelion Neon Genesis because I was so confused by the timeline and I didn't understand it and it was too edgy for me as a kid and it was too deep and I didn't understand it. So it took me years and years and eventually like I think 2 or 3 years ago, like I was like 24, 25, I actually like sat down and like force myself to like marathon everything chronologically in order so that way I could double make sure that I understood the reference that gave me Pacific Rim. As an adult, I fucking love that show. As a kid, I was confused as fuck. I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean the ending is Fanta soda? I don't what? As an adult, I fucking love it. Okay. But it took me a long time to understand like the connotations and stuff like that. Um But that being said, anything and everything involved in Pacific Rim, I love it. I I love it. So I was like, "Oh my gosh, what better thing for me to do than try and make a version of Cinderella, which I absolutely love, like the OG Cinderella, and merge that with Pacific Rim." And I know what you're thinking, Kimiko, there's already versions of Cinderella where she's in the cyberverse, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. But did she end the world? Because that's what she's gonna do. And I have like so many random notes and like little short stories and stuff like that written out, but it's nothing that's actually cohesive or anything that is really like tangible, I guess. It's nothing presentable, but it's something that is dear to my heart and it's something that I kind of want to like talk about, you know? So, in addition to also doing these like more like heart to heart real long ass episodes as a podcast, doing it as um essentially going through things that I've been working on, refining short stories, showing kind of more of the creative process, maybe fleshing out characters. Hopefully maybe inspiring other people to share their stories as well. And that I feel like it's a completely different topic So realistically, I feel like that would be like a separate series because I wouldn't want to subject people that are like here for my more chill, like calm talking streams and just trying to relax, and then all of a sudden it cuts to me like explaining everything or like playing like Overwatch or something. You know what I mean? Like I kind of want you to be able to choose what kind of vibe you get because I've realized that I can't exactly contain all this chaos, but I could at least categorize it for you guys. Um it would because honestly I just genuinely find like long form content being able to talk about stuff to be more fulfilling. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoy playing with other people and I really enjoy clip farming, but it's not always like hear me out, right? Like the stream is focused around clip farming and hitting these awesome like cool trick shots and stuff or whatever, doing these challenges in game. But if I don't achieve that within the time, then it's just kind of like, damn, I walk away more frustrated, I walk away angry, and like I stay up at night mad at myself. As opposed to being able to just sit down and try and share some of the things that I've been going through or some of the things I've been like thinking about is a lot more fulfilling. I guess. I don't really for a lack of a better term. I know I sound like a broken record, but like I was saying earlier, it's like realistically speaking, it's like yeah, maybe get a fucking therapist. Yeah, in this economy, bitch, they charge by the hour. What the fuck? I I'm sorry, I can't afford a therapist. I'm starting a podcast. An amazing story. Honestly, I want to do my best. Like what if Baba Yaga is real and then like we all face her in some way or another and then like you're not worthy of becoming legend? Then I oh damn, that would make me even more mad. That would make me even more pissed off. And you know what? If that never happens, then at the very least, I did my best to be a good person in life. And that within itself is something I know I would not regret. Short form content stream clips at this point, like, dog, it's nuts trying to push that kind of thing without, yeah, trying to trying to push that thing daily without like a backlog of photos. And this also relates back to what I was kind of saying earlier about everything, is that like I have a massive fucking backlog of photos, of content, of videos, of um pilot versions of a podcast that I just never posted because they weren't perfect. And I just want to change that. I don't really know how, but I suppose that this may be like the first step in it. But like, hey, I don't know. It'd be a whole ass thing. Perfection within imperfection. And that's the thing is that like being picture perfect is honestly it's trendy kind of it used to be trendy like years ago. It's starting to die down. It's like it's just not it anymore. People are on their phones, they're addicted to their phones, myself included. But I want to try and spend my days bettering myself. I'm looking for ways to grow, ways to learn, ways to reflect and think about how I can improve. Maybe alternative options that I didn't think of before, you know? Trying to find a new perspective. And that is what's gonna be fucking huge. And I don't know, like at the very least, give it like I give it like 3 years tops. I give it 3 years tops, and that is going to be like all you see. And the problem is that like that is going to be even more of a war because I'm finding a lot of ads on my feed of like almost AI ads promoting stuff. And the reason why it's like I'm not super in tune, and I'm not like super like I don't have a very keen eye for these kinds of things, but it's the point where it's like, oh, it's the same ad, it's the same pitch, it's the same tone, it's the same like absolutely everything, but it's a different person saying it. But they're hitting the same notes, and I'm like, okay, well, this is just. Listen, I've listened to enough Vocaloid songs to know that this is synthetic. Like, I'm sorry, like, you FBI agent listening through my devices, you've missed your target audience. This is not my demographic. I'm sorry. But it's also like I have this massive backlog from over the years of trying to attain like that picture perfect look, and it just doesn't resonate anymore. And it's kind of gotten to the point where I'm just just tired of faking it, to be honest. I'm tired of not being honest. I'm tired of just having to make up excuses or say that like, oh, it's because of this or this or this. And it's like, no, realistically speaking, like I fucked up. I'd be going through a hard time. I like everything is fine. I'm in a safe environment, but it's just mentally, you know. Sometimes the biggest challenge is fucking getting out the front door. I hate that shit. I really don't like it. But yeah, I think after almost 6 hours, I feel like I finally. It's not that I ran out of things to talk about. I still have things to say. It's just that I think that I finally finished my original thought that I set out to start this stream with. And now my brain is kind of blank. I, I sorted through all the chaos, and now I'm just like peacefully vibing here. Is it possible for you to run out of things to talk about? I don't know, because here's the thing that I'm currently struggling with right now is that I can keep streaming. I'm kind of too awake to go to sleep right now. So, realistically speaking, I've run out of things to talk about. If this was a TV show, this would be a good point to like try and do some sort of change in pace. Um, XYZ. So, I'm debating on taking a small break because I took a break earlier, but that was just to go potty. But I'm debating on taking a second intermission to go and like get food and properly refuel and then actually play Stardew Valley. I've been standing here in my farm for days in game. But like I haven't left the farm. I left the farm to like try and tell a story and it didn't go anywhere. But I'm thinking we actually might just take a break and then maybe straight up play the game for a little bit. Um I wasn't really planning on doing any long form streams for tonight, but fuck it. Welcome back, Chibi. Thank you. Thank you. It's so nice to be back. The vegetation has regrown, and I lost my iridium scythe, so I have to upgrade my gold scythe that I got from the skull caves to iridium, so that way I can actually like do fucking bullshit here. Because been trying to flush out this farm and I wanted it to be like absolutely picture perfect, relating back to what I was fucking saying earlier. Before I like showed it on stream. But it's like girl, it's just a game. It's just a game. But yeah, no, I think that the game plan currently is going to be I enjoy listening to you while I farm my game, to be honest. It feels like catching up with you after a while. And I always feel so bad because when people are like, "Oh, I just want to check up on you. I just want to check up on you and I just want to see how you're doing." And I appreciate that sentiment. I respect it. I need it. You know what I mean? I struggle to respond to that sentence because just answering that question has taken me almost 6 hours. Now imagine trying to explain that to everyone like 20 times in a row in a day. There's just not enough hours in a day. Like that, you know? And I hate to like feel like that, but at sometimes it's just there's so much that's happening so quickly, so much that like I can barely process it myself, and it takes me so long to be able to unpack everything that's just been happening. And that's just surface level too. That's not even like all the actual stuff that's been going on in my life. This is the recap episode. The recap episode is 6 hours long. Welcome to it. You felt that? Yeah. Oh my god. And it's just I feel so bad and I have so much guilt and I felt like, oh my god, I don't have the right to go live on stream because I haven't explained why I'm gone to all my friends. And I'm like, okay, well, once I get all of the emotions and like actually find a way to process these words first, I am sure that finding a way to type it out in a text message at my slow ass 32 words per fucking minute is possible. I'm sure that it's possible. I just need to figure out what to say first. And those would be moments where I would either journal, I would either like just record a video to myself. And honestly now I kind of just want to stream it because you never know who else is going through similar battles or just needs to hear bullshit in the background. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hard on myself right now. I'm here if you ever need to talk. Kimmy, you you have been here. You have been here since the beginning. Oh my god. Girl, the stories that Kimmy could tell. I, I can't even I can't even speak about it. Long story short is that I really appreciate it and I'm trying to find a way to express what I'm going through without needing to take up like 6 hours to say it, you know? Trying to work on ways to summarize things and being able to kind of just say what needs to be said has been really hard because if nothing else the stream so far has been proof of like how my brain works, you know? Like it's hard for me to explain a full subject or it's hard it's hard for me to navigate a conversation when naturally by myself talking to myself um in the middle of the night I am capable of I am capable of having the conversation go for almost 6 hours, you know? And it's just the single train of thought. I just now like finished answering and like getting all of those thoughts out. And if nothing else, I just hope that it's just kind of a way to raise awareness that the fact that's like there are times where there may be people that like seem like they're not paying attention or that they're zoning out or that they XYZ, that it's not always what it seems. Sometimes there's just so much emotion going on that it can be hard to even say or act on anything at all without needing an entire fucking yap session. And that if you're ever talking to me and I change the subject and it seems completely random and it's out of place, tell me to fucking lock back in and focus. But the reason why I do that, and let this be fucking proof of it, is that I swear to God, in 5 hours, this is all gonna loop back around, and it's gonna explain everything. And it's a strength and a weakness, you know? Jeebs, you're always hard on yourself. I think it's because, like, as I've been saying, like, I was very much a sport kid growing up. Um, it's that the only way that I really ever saw improvement in my life was essentially being forced to face something that I didn't want to do and being yelled at every time I didn't achieve it perfectly. And that was just kind of the coaching style that I grew up with. It was not the coaching style or the teaching style that I really resonated with, but it's something that it has become a strange safe place in my brain that if someone is mad at me or raising their voice or they're angry with me, then I know how to navigate that situation. If someone is calm with me, if someone is extremely understanding, if someone like has no criticism or no feedback or nothing to nitpick, I panic because I don't know how to navigate that conversation or that situation. So I fill the blanks in in my little dumb noodle head and find all the things that should have been called out, all the things that should have been nitpicked, all the things that should have had some sort of edit or correction, whatever. And this also circles back to just me currently wrestling with the mentality of if it's not perfect, then I'm just not going to do it. It's just 0 or 100. If I didn't absolutely nail this homework assignment or this project, I'm just not going to turn it in and I'll just take 0 credit or I'll turn it in. If it's late, like I'm why even bother turning it in for half credit because an F is an F. And it's like, no, percentage wise, 50% is better than 0. It was like, who gives a shit? Because anything below halfway is fail. And I'm just like, damn. School was not very fun. School was not very fun when you can't pay attention. Let me say, I hope it's better now. Who knows? I'll go. Let me go. Let me go back to school, and I'll get back to you on that in about a year or two. But yeah, no. The reason why I bring all that up is that do I ever run out of things to talk about? No. I am genuinely just wondering, do I want to open a new can of worms right now? Is that logistically possible to open up part 2? Not even part 2. This is a whole other ass thing. Still related though, I'm sure. Okay, here's the plan. Here's where I am. Here's where I am, right? I definitely did a lot of talking and I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. And I'm not even gonna lie, even if I were to end stream, I would probably just stay up and like play games anyways, so why not stream it? I'm thinking that I'm going to go take a quick little meal break. Um and then I'm gonna come back and I'm actually gonna play the fucking game. I'm actually just gonna like treat myself to a little happy time. A little okay, that sounds weird. Okay, that sounds weird. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Treat myself to just a little like relaxed time and just enjoy progressing the game instead of just wandering around and doing chores around the farm. But yes, I'm not even gonna lie, I'm really fucking hungry and it's hard for me to focus when I'm hungry. So, I'm gonna take us to another longer emission. I'm gonna be closing out our second act for the night. And before Act 3, I'm gonna give us a little intermissionary period. So, you are also hungry. If you also need to rotate your laundry or take another shower or stretch, rest your eyes, whatever. At the very least, take the next 15 minutes to drink some water and just kind of reflect on think of something in the past 24 hours you're extremely grateful for. I'll go first. I'm grateful that I actually just decided to not focus on everything being fucking perfect and just being here today. I'm just happy to be here. I'm fucking grateful as shit. You can definitely share it. You don't have to, but I think I need food. To grab some rest if you need to. Yes. No, I definitely was thinking about like trying to stream tomorrow too, but I I don't know. At the very least, I need to get some food, and I kind of wanted to run some. I kind of wanted to play Stardew a little bit after stream. More so, it's like I just want to kind of just reward my little noggin for explaining everything and trying my best to maintain a train of thought as often as I could. And I want to reward my little noggin with video game. But I'll be completely honest. It'd be a little bit embarrassing, but things that I've been doing recently is that like I'll be playing games and I'll just record it, but I won't have any audio. But I'll be talking to myself in my living room like I'm streaming. Like I'd be practicing and I have like the raw game footage, but it's not like as entertaining as streaming, you know? I'm kind of on the fence on switching games and like kind of showing you some other games I've been playing recently, but I'm not even gonna lie, after struggling for like half an hour to try and get Stardew audio and just deciding that we're not gonna have Stardew audio today and that I am the Stardew audio. I'm so hesitant to try and change games or change sources or anything like that because I at the very least did not get the audio to work, but I got the visuals to work and I'm scared to touch anything. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm so scared to touch anything. Um but yeah, because I kinda wanna try and find a way to do try and find a way to get the audio working because I genuinely enjoy playing especially games like Marvel Rivals and like Overwatch and like shooter games and stuff. I genuinely enjoy the audio. It's something that just scratch on the back of my brain and some of my friends have also dropped new music and new tracks that I think would be a lot of fun to play games to. And but I'm so scared of the audio not working and I don't want to face that rabbit hole today of trying to figure out how to get it to work. So here be the game plan. Um, Stardew is a good 5 game anyways. If you just want to chill, I don't mind. I love this game myself. I absolutely love this game. This is like one of my first completed playthroughs that I've done, and I'm still not done with it. I don't want to start a new farm yet. I'm not ready, but I don't want to say goodbye. But I think that the plan is I'm going to stream a little bit more. I'm just going to first take like 15 minutes to just go and get food, get water, kind of just refuel. I highly come here. Hold on. Come here. Come here. I highly, highly recommend that you also do the same. You also do the same. Look me in the eyes right here. These are the eyes right here. Get some food, get some water, stretch, rest your eyes from the screen if you can. and we come back. I think I might go and do a resource run. That kind of sounds like fun. I'm not even gonna lie. Hello, hello, Chibi. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I was literally about to take us to break, but at the very least, go get some food. Everyone go get some food. Go stretch. I do the same. Tell me about your day and I'll read about it when I get back. And then we'll actually play Stardew. But I'm so happy to see everyone here. Okay. I'll see you guys after the break. And we are back from the break. I was actually thinking about like kind of different ways to make this little PNG tuber more expressive because I don't know, she's kind of growing on me. She's kind of growing on me a little bit. I think it would be nice to kind of design like a just chatting scene because originally I started playing Stardew because this is the only overlay that I have up and running right now. And this is the only PNG tuber sprite that is functioning. Rip. But it would kind of be nice to have moments where I could just like have a just chatting area. I'm wondering if I can. How can I do that? I'm so sorry. I got carried away. Delta, hey. Hello, hello. Random person 3000. Thanks for streaming again. No, you. Wait. Wait, no. That's not how that works. When do you normally stream? I have been on hiatus, but I'm coming back. This is actually my first stream back. It's a test run to kind of see how long this new hardware and setup works. Um words go here. But I normally stream in the nighttime, PST. Mostly so that way I can honestly I have trouble sleeping at night. I'm a bit of a night owl, and I think there'd be a lot of us out there kind of just fighting our own battles at night. Maybe you can't sleep. Maybe it'd be a hard day. Um, Overall, like my goal would ideally in a perfect world where I am capable of maintaining a regulated sleep schedule, right? I would do late night streams from I don't know, around like 10, 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to I don't know, 1, 2 a.m., somewhere around there. Ideally, I would like to go a little live a little bit earlier because people are like, "Oh my gosh, you stream so late. I can never support." And I'm like, if only, if only there was a way for you to watch the VOD. Oh, bad face. I will say though that having Stardew Valley up or just kind of like whatever have on my screen is kind of a vibe though. I'm kind of thinking about maybe somehow doing the reverse, especially when I'm doing more like I'm kind of getting into it in terms of just going off a tangent or whatever. And having the PNG tuber or like whatever I'm using, the sprite that I'm using be bigger on the screen and then on the side have have gameplay, but it's not like the main focus on the screen, you know? Because the problem I was facing beforehand, and it was kind of giving me a lot of stress and like designing my own overlays, is the text box above me was originally supposed to be for chat, but I just was running into too many roadblocks to constantly reconfigure whatever chatbot I was using to fit the exact pixels and like space on each overlay. And that's the thing is that ideally I want to do different overlays for like each game, you know? And like I'll kind of show you some of the things I have been working on. If you can't hear my audio, it's because I guess I haven't added mics yet, but I'm gonna just kind of cycle through them real quick. Um, so yeah, BRB, I guess. Wait, do you still hear me? Oh, you can still hear me. But this is one that I'm kind of been working on. Originally, this blue was a lot more pigmented, saturated blue, kind of like the one that I have on this overlay. I like this color. I like this color. But last time I was using this overlay in particular, I was playing Enshrouded, and Enshrouded is not as vibrant, and I was like, "Oh my god, no, it's the overlay is not gonna match and it's not gonna be aesthetically pleasing." Rah. So I like put a filter on that overlay in particular to try and like make it match the color of the shroud, which is such a stupid thing to get hung up on in retrospect. That is a stupid reason not to go live because my overlays were not aesthetically pleasing. I'm angry at my past self. But another example of like just wanting to have custom overlays, but just struggling to make things, I guess, overlap or work. Like this overlay kind of worked, but I think you can see that things are a little bit distorted. It's can be kind of difficult and stuff, but it was nice like while it lasted. I do enjoy. I am proud of this overlay that I made. I just made that one on my iPad. I actually make all of my overlays on my iPad. It's what I'm most comfortable with. And then like for Overwatch, oh my god. No, I actually did some work for Overwatch. I really did attempt to make myself like a custom overlay for when I'm specifically playing Diva. And then I also designed an overlay specifically for when I'm playing Mercy. The webcam's not working, but like yeah, so like I wanted to be able to switch between the two because they're my mains, and the reason why I ran into so many problems is because oh well if I was playing neither one of these characters, I didn't have an overlay for it, so therefore I can't stream. And that was so dumb. That was so stupid. That was I was so mad at about that. So like I try to learn from my mistakes when Marvel Rivals came out. And so you can see that things are kind of fit, but like where the webcam would be, it's just not working right now because technical difficulties. But I try to make it in different color palettes because most of my skins are usually one of these three colors. Either they're blue, they're gonna be a purple pink, or they're gonna be like yellow, red, and whatnot. But I was having trouble with my webcam, and since the webcam wasn't lining up, I was like, "Oh my god, well I can't play Marvel Rivals because the stupid overlay doesn't work." And that's so silly. That's so silly. Oh my gosh, I'm so angry at myself. But yeah, out of all the overlays that I have currently, um this is the only one that functions properly. I need to work on that. I gotta work on that. Cause that's the thing is that like I'm usually the problem is that like I want to stream and like I have things to say and things I want to talk about and stories I want to tell, but it's stupid shit like the overlay not working that'll just make me be like, oh well I'll focus on that tonight and I'll fix it tonight and then I'll just stream tomorrow. And then that goes on and then before I know it, it's an entire year goes by and I'm like, fuck, where did the time go? And I don't want to. I want to get over those hangups. I want to get over those hangups. Even if stream is scuffed, even if it's scuffed, I have to try. Right? I gotta try. Like worst case scenario, what's gonna happen? They're gonna click away. Uh, That's it. You know. And after weighing all the pros and cons and asking myself and like making up all these excuses, I kind of just decided to like, okay, I'm just gonna test out. I'm not gonna do like the whole spending 30 minutes before I go live curating and like making a post for each one of my social media accounts and like it was just really exhausting and like honestly it was just really heartwarming to just kind of literally push the go live button and see any chat box pop up that's not a bot, you know? I kind of just reminded me why I do the thing, you know? Um, because realistically speaking, it's like I have a lot to say. It's just not really there's not really a way for me to like talk about it and vocalize it in a way that helps, I guess, in a cost efficient way. And I know that there's many different ways to like go through therapy and stuff, and I'm kind of scared of doctors. That's a whole other episode. Um, but just being able to okay, I have this train of thought. I have way too many thoughts for my own good right now. I have to sit down and I have to talk to all of that. Like I have to like work through each individual layer of this. And like I swear it's all gonna loop back around. I swear it will explain itself, but it's like could you imagine like sitting down and like paying for like a 7-hour therapy appointment? Oh good lord. Oh good lord, in this economy, girl. And I feel like this way, it's honestly it feels nice to kind of just show an honest reflection of how my brain works. And it kind of just proves to myself that I am capable of maintaining a train of thought in the sense that like I wanted to get all of my emotions and all of my thoughts and all of my sentiments and all the stories across, and I wanted to explain why it has an impact on me and XYZ because that's how it's all going in my brain 24/7. But like after today, I can actually say that I have solid tangible proof that in order to fully explain myself when I'm in that mindset, when I feel the need to over explain myself, which within itself is also a defense mechanism, but also using your weaknesses as a strength is something I'm learning to embrace. And, you know, I feel like this way, it, the reason why it helps is simply just because I've got too much to say, but I can't condense it into a short conversation. Like I have to explain myself. And honestly, at first it was because I was scared of like being blamed for something due to my past experiences, but and that's a whole other episode within itself. But because I myself get very excited about things I'm passionate about, and I feel the need to share why I'm so excited. And after kind of just sitting with myself and figuring out like okay, well why was my dream to become like super cool pro accurate cosplayer at 19 years old, whatever. It was because one I wanted to bring characters to life, true, but it was also because I wanted to tell a story through cosplay, through photo shoots, XYZ. And when it didn't come out as I imagined, I was so frustrated and I was so angry with myself. um, that it just kind of enabled that zero or nothing mentality. I'm sorry, my cats are fighting right now and I have to do something. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, my bad. I'm back. I also realized that I never ate my macaroni. It was just sitting there. I was too busy. Like, okay, so a lot of people have been asking me like where I've been recently, and long story short is I've been really working on myself. I've been spending a lot of time journaling. I've been spending a lot of time being comfortable documenting my process and not just focusing on getting better and healing personally, but also being able to share what I have learned in a way that makes sense. Because, oh boy, oh boy, me 10 years ago, me like 10 weeks ago, different people. Oh my god, it's I'm always trying to learn. I'm always trying to improve myself. I'm trying to I don't really even know. Like in the same way that I've been sitting here for like 6.5 hours just like talking about one small idea that I had that has just been on my mind recently. There's many other ideas that I'm also sorting through actively, like every single moment. And I've done my best to get to a point where I can kind of multitask almost, where I can kind of be comfortable having all of those random thoughts and like sound bites overlaying in my brain 24/7. And being able to explain, I guess. Um, because in the past I found the need to just like shut down, withdraw, to seclude myself and just like let myself work through all those thoughts. But as like you guys see tonight, like it really just helps to sit down and just talk shit out, you know? And after trying to like film other like this is not my first attempt at like filming a pilot episode for a podcast. Like I've done many prior and I've tried to make them like perfect, like having like a oh you sit down on the couch and you have your microphone and a cup of coffee and blah 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 and it's like a little talk show and stuff. And I tried and it's so aesthetically pleasing. That shit just ain't me. That shit just ain't me. I'm sorry, I'm eating my macaroni right now. But like I don't know, sitting down playing my comfort game, I would say less. Like, my brain feels relaxed and I can just yap. Yap 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 yap. And I also find that especially in just how things are going, um just kind of like at least okay, so hear me out. Like think about it from my perspective. You've been on the internet building your brand as a cosplayer for the past 15 years. Hmm. Yeah. So seeing how things have progressed, like just since my time of being internet, um, it can be really easy to get caught up in things. It can be really easy to kind of just lose sight of that feeling when you were just a bunch of kids and you had nothing better to do. But someone had like a camera and you were able to make little movies with you and your friends when you were a kid and like making little skits and whatever, like the losing sight of that because as a creative, my inner child and you know bottled up teen angst, I don't fucking know, is like a main source of inspiration for so many of my art projects. And it's so embarrassing, but it's true. And when I try and do like the trendy like art styles, it just it don't work. I don't know. It just be kind of frustrating at times. Sorry, I'm snacking. I know I said that we were gonna play games, and I said, haha, we'll play games in 15 minutes, and that was 42 minutes ago. Girl, you cannot take me anywhere. But yeah, it's like I I don't know. I've kind of just I've definitely put in a lot of work and to be realistic, I have absolutely nothing to really show for it other than the fact that I I don't know, I'm going to be real with you. If you're hearing this message sometime at some point then it worked. You know? Like mission achieved. Like, it's nice seeing you stream again. I can also relate. Oh, thank you. It's so nice to be back. I'm sorry for the long pauses. I'm literally stuffing my face full of food right now. And I'm kind of grateful that my camera is not working today because it's talking takes a lot of energy, right? Really you need to eat. It's totally okay. Thank you. Thank you. No, I gotta refuel. I definitely gotta refuel. I'm kind of torn between seeing how much money I can cash in on a single night in Stardew Valley or seeing how long I can survive in some of the combat things. I'm torn on what kind of vibe do I want to do. Do I want to do funny haha hee hee moment or do I want to maybe we go explore in the caves. What are we eating? It's macaroni. It's macaroni and cheese. Yippee! But yeah, no, because ideally what I wanted to do in this farm or like in this section in particular was that I wanted to try and get like the mega melons in every single like little corner. So like there was gonna be like one here and one here and stuff, and it just didn't work out. I could only get this one to spawn, and I guess it's okay because it matches my fucking outfit. You know, it matches the overlay, so I guess it's fitting. But yeah, ideally, I wanted to kind of make this like a. It is not a functional garden, but it looks cool in Stardew. I'm definitely like playing around with different ways of making the farm work. I guess making use of the default space, but I haven't. I still want to do a little bit more. There's still some like empty spots that I'm like I want to fill them. I want to conquer. I want to But yeah, even after playing all this time, I still don't have all the books and I'm like, where the fuck are they? Probably I should leave the farm at some point, and I haven't done all of these and I'm like, okay, well I gotta get fill in all the pictures, you know? I wanna gotta do something here. I'm missing one thing. I am missing I have 10 boxes of mac and cheese and you just reminded me. Thank you. Yes, please eat. Please eat. Farming is my kryptonite in games. Same, literally same. I play survival games, mostly because they have the cool combination of character customization and farm. Farm. I want this farm to run on itself. I want every single resource to be farmable. I want to build a big farm. I um yeah, long story short, I built a farm in Enshrouded and my flower bed alone contained over 10,000 plants. And then they added a bunch of updates, and now every time I open that world, it crashes because I did way too many modifications that don't work anymore. And so yeah, maybe I'll recreate it one day. But that was just the flower bed. That was the farm itself was way more. Whenever I play Stardew, I was kind of the dungeon guy. I've been neglecting the dungeon very much. I can show you my progress. These are my credentials. These are my Stardew credentials. I hope someday that world doesn't crash anymore. Honestly, same. I'm considering on making a new one. I'm not even gonna lie. Kind of like a dream thing to do in Enshrouded would to be farm enough resources and be able to open a small like resource server. You know what I mean? Like you could I want to help people build projects. And I know that there's a few malls available, but like I want to build my own and I want to grind it out. I think that would be a lot of fun. Enshrouded is a game that I definitely oh, I have a soft spot for that game. Because there's so many different biomes and you can do so much with building that like I one idea that I have is to essentially try and recreate Stardew Valley in Enshrouded, but just big farm. Big big farm. Um Another idea that I had was to try and do references to Avatar The Last Airbender and like the different biomes in Enshrouded. Because yes. I always wanted to get it, but my friend never ended up wanting it, and I never wanted to play it alone, but it looks fun. Honestly, it is so much fun. Oh my god. I'll update it and I'll have to stream it again because it's so much fun. I wish that it was like more mainstream, I guess. I don't really know how to explain it. It just deserves so much love. And I have spent so many hours in that game and it's come such a long way. And I don't know. I would say that like my original flower bed would be I think it's Reddit worthy. I never posted it because again it wasn't perfect, but it I should have cuz like uh, you know, definitely posted. I would if the world didn't crash. The building looks really complex in a good way from what I've seen. So it's actually more of a block system. I didn't really play Minecraft that much, but it's basically it's basically like you just build blocks. And the textures just kind of autofill. It's very like you can do a lot of shit. It's so cool. It is so cool, and my favorite part about it is farm. Farm. I love Big Farm. Big Big Farm is. And they have these little mushrooms that are teal and they glow in the dark, and I really like that color, so I plant them everywhere. It's like the closest thing I can do to just try and like terraform. I don't even know the word. My survival game experience is like Valheim, Palworld, if that counts, 7 Days to Die, and Once Human. I would say that the building system is very similar to Valheim, in the sense that like you can have like those. Wait, no, I lied. No, I lied. No, I lied. No, I lied. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. It is not similar to Valheim at all. I lied. I Valheim is a good game though. That is also a big farm game. I am not big fan of when things end up in my farm and they like fuck it up. That is not good. I modded Valheim once and it's really hard to go back to vanilla, but I do love me Valheim. Um Palworld I know has done a lot of updates. I've actually considered on maybe streaming Palworld. I'm not entirely sure. It's been so long I'd probably just make a new character, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember. Does Palworld farm? You farm? Big farm? No? Yes? I don't remember. Um I just recall something about like if you don't play every 30 days and you lose your world and all your progress, and I'm like, I don't want to play anymore. I'm gonna throw a tantrum. 7 Days to Die is, oh my gosh, that is so much fun. I have never really successfully on a solo run survived the blood moon. Um but I do like farm. I do like the farm in that game. I do like big farm. I do enjoy. I do like to take house and redecorate. I collect many magazine. I collect many book. I collect all the books in 7 days, and as long as it doesn't overlap with me, I like to organize books and like just drop them to, it's like, oh, I don't use this, but you do. Here are like 50 magazines that I found. And Once Human, I know nothing about that game. It's kind of spooky, and I think that's all I know. Yippee! Valheim was so funny because I remember buying it and I was like, why do I look like a RuneScape character? And then I got super addicted. It's so nostalgic, but it's also so fucking good. It's it's so good. And it's not even in 1.0 yet. I'm very excited. I'm planning to get back into it once it's like fully updated because I got into the Mistlands and then that's kind of when I fell off because it was just really difficult to navigate in the mist. Um and it was hard to have a farm in the mist. But yes, you you definitely recommend starting Powered over. They changed the experience in general. Oh fuck yeah. That might actually be something that we do. I don't know if I have it downloaded. I changed my mind. I have been considering it though because I heard that there's a lot of updates and it looks like a lot of fun, but I haven't played it myself. But I want to. But I want to. And we used to stream Palworld back in the day, so it'd be kind of fun to run it back, you know? I don't think that's true because I made a world like years ago and I can still access it. Oh my god, someone lied to me. I swear to god, if my pals are just sitting there in the fucking factory ass thing that I made and I just abandoned them because I ran out of pancakes and I got angry that I ran out of pancakes and so then I gave up. And so I was a different person back then. They released a full game, so Power World 1.0 is really fun. I honestly think it would be, because one thing that I loved about it was that it's just Pokemon with gun. And I do like it. I do like to collect them all. I'm probably gonna like hold on, let me write down to like update Pal World. Give me a sec. Make note. This is a random thought. But like you know how like what's that game? Rust? It kind of like does updates every whatsoever. I was kind of thinking about the concept of like maybe we could like as a community we could like find a survival game and then like for that month we'll all like we'll plan it out, right? Because I'm so tired of like we're playing this new game and then no one ever plays it, blah blah blah. We only play it for a week. No, bitch, I'm tired of that. So what I'm thinking is that it'd be like, okay, so like maybe for like the month of September, we play Pal World because like I missed that game. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And so like if anyone else has that game and like they see me like streaming it, you know what I mean? Like to have it like updated and like ready to go and like but it's also like not something that you would have to do right now tonight. Like this would be like we would work on a worlds as a community over the course of a month and then maybe after that like um moving to a different survival game because that's kind of like my comfort thing is that like I really enjoy survival games. I'm not like super I don't have a great track record with doing community nights because I'm just really bad at organizing events. But I think that like depending on like how feasible it is to like each month, maybe I get like a server and then like you can come into the server and do whatever XYZ and then for the month like I'll close out that server and then like move to the next game. But then also there would be like kind of like a month like a schedule of like this month we're playing this game, this month we're playing this game. So, like if you don't have it, then you have time to like either save up to decide whether or not you want to get it or if you just want to like watch it on stream first and see if it's the game for you. Like I don't know. I feel like that would be more relaxing than trying to do like a weekly schedule XYZ because that shit's stressful. That shit stresses me out. You've been catching them out of order. Like a community server, yeah, I think it would be kind of fun. I'll keep an eye out, and if you end up being able to do it, do you have a Discord or somewhere you would post about it? Sorry, I was mid eating food, but yes, actually, I don't think I have the hot link working. It might be somewhere on my Twitch page, but if you go to chibikimiko.com, there should be a link to my Discord server. And so, because I know it can be overwhelming with all the Twitch notifications, so I try to keep the bot active in the Discord server that's gonna like say when I'm live on Twitch. Um, on top of that, if I were to release, like open up a server and stuff, the way to get into the server would definitely be through the Discord server. Um, I had been working on like updating the domain and stuff like that, so I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be on chibikimiko.com. So apologies in advance. It's not I haven't like smoothed out all of the roadblocks and stuff like that. Honestly, my main plan right now is to one just kind of like finish eating and then I kind of want to just go play around in the mines for for a little bit in Stardew Valley. I've actually been playing a different game that kind of feels like a love story to Stardew Valley in a way. I think it's called like Potion Potion Permit, and it's like very similar art style, but the gameplay is different. I don't really know how to explain it. It's another game that like I've been enjoying playing offline, and it might be another fun one to stream. but I could only get. I'm having technical difficulties. Okay, I'm scared to change which game I'm playing. What if the visuals don't come back? I traumatized. I feel like I've seen something on that game. Got it on Steam. It's honestly it's so relaxing and it's like so like turn off your brain and just go explore. I really enjoy it. It's a very sandboxy game and it's not perfect, but at the same time, I I enjoy it. I personally enjoy it. It's another one I've been meaning to stream, and I was originally saving it to do like my first playthrough on stream, but I I don't know. I'm tired of trying to make everything absolutely like a perfect polished um thing, you know? It's like if I like the game, I'll play it, and if I don't like the game, then I'll just not play it. And it's that simple, you know? You also got into the Discord okay? Yippee! Okay, cool. Because I've been doing a lot of construction behind the scenes, and I've kind of really neglected my Discord server. So I'm definitely gonna be working on a lot of stuff over the next few weeks. Who knows? Um, sorry if I'm talking weird. I'm a slow eater, okay? And this is true. This has always been true. Okay, so like in preschool, I had the problem of talking too much during mealtime because I just enjoyed like sitting down and sharing a meal and just like yapping, you know? And so I would be always the last one to finish eating, and it would be a problem because I would still be hungry because they normally had like multiple servings for all the kids. But since I was so busy talking, there would be no extra servings left over by the time I finished my first one. So I would be really hungry and extremely upset and hangry, the little preschooler. And uh yeah, it's still a habit that proves true today. But I will say, I think that like if you going out to eat and you have entertainment, that makes it a more memorable experience. So I'm happy to take one for the team as long as I can get takeout, you know? Your dad is also a slow eater? Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I eat so fast, but I enjoy eating with someone who talks more than me so I can eat and listen. Oh, because for the longest time, people were like wanting to do like, what's it called? The like, when you like, they get like food and they try and eat like all the food. Mukbang? Mukbang? Muk something? I wanted to do that, but then also at the same time, I personally do not enjoy watching someone eat food. But I like sitting down and talking with them. So it's just something that like I don't know. It's a lot easier now that I don't have to like see myself eat the food, which is one reason why it's like I always usually take a break and go eat off camera because it's like I don't know. It's a weird heebie-jeebie thing. And even though I didn't really plan on using my PNG tuber for long periods of time like this because I'm running an extra software to make everything work. And it seems like my computer and stream is still running fine. I kind of want to like see if I could like flush out this particular design, maybe like change facial expressions or I don't know. I would like her to be more expressive, but at the same time I don't have the time or energy or money to make like an actual VTuber, which is why I enjoy PNG tubers. It's just like my art and I can just make the little toggles and add some physics. But I want her to be more expressive. I just don't know how, you know? Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, I don't know. I'm a firm believer that food tastes better with company, and it's something that's just so deeply ingrained into my mental, but also having after having to like spend a lot of time, especially like, you know, during the pandemic, like this is when it really hit me was that like you can't really just go and like get food with your friends and stuff like honestly like food just started to taste really bland for me. So recently I'm just trying to learn how to sit down and enjoy eating again and not just see it as like god damn it I have to like refuel, god damn it I need more nutrients. Like I don't know, like I personally, instead of watching like food eating content, um I like to watch like animes that have to do with food. Watching like the TV shows that always make me hungry because they just make food look so good, and then I do that, and then I eat, you know. But I definitely need to do more research. Should have got like chicken tendies. That would have been really good with this. Oh, sorry. Whew. It might be. I totally thought I could eat within the 15-minute timer, and then that did not happen. Uh, but yeah, no, after I finished eating my food, I still want to play a game. I still want to play Start. I cuz hear me out. Like I definitely said all the brain cell things that I needed to say, and so now I'm just like happy to be here. Like since I've come back from intermission, it's been mostly me just kind of making mental notes of things that I want to keep in mind for to prepare for next stream. And I already have like a decent amount of stuff done and of like things I learned or things that I need to definitely fix and test it out this stream. But I still want to just turn off my brain and play video game. I did think I make notes so I don't forget, and now I kind of just wanna go burr. You know what I mean? Um, I don't really know if this makes sense, but part of me almost feels guilty for wanting to play the game instead of continuing to try and find, I guess, relevant things to talk about that doesn't open a whole new can of worms, you know? I'd be kind of brain fried right now, and I think that um realistically speaking, I think it's okay if I go fuck around in the farm. I go, you know. So here's what I'm thinking. Okay, I'm gonna real quick go and like put my dishes away, and then I'm gonna just refill my water and whatnot, and then we'll close out stream with me just playing some games. And then hopefully next time I'll have everything like up and running audio wise, and then we can do all the fun stuff. But yeah, I think that's the plan right now. I know that it's not as entertaining, but ah. All right, let me clean up my food and then I'll be back in a bit. Maybe okie dokie. Okay. Ha ha. 7 hours and 17 minutes in, and I can finally start playing the goddamn game. I'm so good at speaking. I'm so good at this. Okay, sorry, farm. We've loitered around the farm far enough. Long enough, you know what I mean? Wait a minute. Where did I get that from? You know what? That's okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out later. I have to organize all of this. I have no storage area. Do I need one? Yes. I take this, I take this, I take this, I take this, and we're gonna go adventure. Oh boy, I'm excited. I'm so excited. Wait a minute. Let me go. Actually, no, you never know. You never know when you need a fishing rod. You never know. Don't need that. I need this. Oh yes. Oh yes, drink coffee. I was actually going to make coffee so that way I can continue streaming, and then I realized I could just go live tomorrow and that I don't have to like overpush my. That's so much cheese. Wait, that's 130. That's 103 things of cheese. Where the fuck did I get that from? I got. Where did it come from? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Yes, we're gonna go risk it all. You think I can wait? Was Spotify working earlier? You think I could play some? Let me get a. I need a soundtrack going. Hold on a second. Also, side tangent. I didn't realize that Spotify is bad for the artists, like in terms of payout. You know how like Twitch gives you a shitty ratio. That's Spotify, and that shit doesn't make sense. I didn't know that. Um, so I'm in the process of trying to move things over to SoundCloud, and while doing that, hold on a second. Let me brain cell. Let me brain cell first. Yippee! Yes. Yes, mamma mia. But I also know that there's a way to separate your audio from what is live and what plays in the VOD. And I know that's a whole little shebang, and after saying it out loud, I realized that I should write that down on my to-do list of things to do. Yes. Thank you for coming to my Kimmy talk. Before I forget, let me make a note of that. Give me 2 seconds. Now it's history. I've played all my cards. Separate VOD and live audio. Nothing more to say. I know it's something that you have to do and configure within OBS, but I'm not even gonna lie. Every time I open the goddamn settings for OBS, I'm like so unbelievably overwhelmed that I just... It's not very fun. You know what I mean? Oh my god, that's so loud. Hold on, I need to... I know that you don't have game audio, but I have game audio, and game audio is too fucking loud. Oh, give me 2 seconds. Stardew, shh. Shh, Stardew, shh. You forget. You forget I am the Stardew audio. Okay. Okay. But yes. Yeah, we have to play our gaming remix. I actually don't really have a current gaming remix. But this is where my brain be right now. And it's like, why not? We need to get more bombs. That sounds nice. Choose one, greater chance to find coal, +1 ore from nodes. Yes, please. Oh, wait, did I grab my slingshot? Oh no. Wait, why is Stardew still so loud? Stardew, shush. My bad. Fuck, I don't know where. This is so loud. I don't like how loud it is. I don't like. Shush. Shush. Loud. Okay. I'm not overstimulated, never. I would. Where the fuck did I put my slingshot? I'm just hella confused. Ah, wait, that's not. How lazy am I? I'm very lazy. I don't want to walk across the farm, so I can do this. Is it? Is it on the other? Okay, if you don't want spoilers for Stardew, you better click away now. You gone? Okay. I'm glad we established that. Ignore my ratchet ass farm. It never really made it that far. Where is my master slingshot though? Do I want to buy one? No, I don't want to buy one. That requires spending money. It's a virtual world. Just yeah. Fair point. It's just. Let's see. Is the Adventures Guild? Are you fucking open? Let the dinosaur lady in. Let me in. Give me that. Take my money. Eeny, meeny. 1,000. Oh my god. Oh no, I don't want to spend. Gosh. So expensive. After everything we've been through. I forgot his name. It's okay. 75. That should be enough. That should be enough. That's enough. I do like that eventually if like you set everything up to be kind of nice and dandy enough, you can kind of just fast travel all over Stardew. All over the valley actually. Anything that I wanted here? What was I? Banana sapling. Maybe. I don't like having music playing while I'm playing music thing. Yeah, hold on. I need the right soundtrack. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Yes. Yes. Okay. Oh no, this is the wrong button. Aw, fuck. That's okay. That is okay. I hit the wrong button again. Oh my god. It's so nice having the scepter, but the amount of times I accidentally hit it when I forget what I have equipped is frustrating, but that's okay. But about things we've gone through. Yes, this is the I still struggle with this every now and again, and I decided to use Monster Musk, which means that it's just gonna spawn more monsters. I don't know what my luck stat is in game for the day, and I don't care. I'm not even gonna check. Is this a good idea? No. No, it is not, but that's okay.
The winner takes it all, loser standing small beside the
Run, run.
victory.
That's right. We're taking everything. We're taking everything. Where's that guy? Yes. Thinks I can't reach him. He has no idea that I have a fully upgraded watering can just because. I'll take this grape. Thank you, grape. Thank you. Fuck, how do I eat it? Eat. Yes. I have 35 health. Oh my god, I have 58 health. That is so not better. This does not improve my situation. I thought I had this shit and I was just... Okay, hold on, let me go get those other things. I was... Oh no, 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 I have regrets, I have regrets, I have regrets, I have regrets, I have regrets. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. No, please, please. I want to live. I want to live. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Okay, I understand. I understand. I am not that gamer. I'm not prepared. I am not prepared. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god, I should have never left the farm. I should have never left the farm where... Oh, I paused the game. Okay. No, 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 no. Okay, well... I forgot health potions, but that's okay because I handled it very, very well. Very well. Definitely. Definitely did. Mm-hmm. God, the amount of panic I just had. Oh, okay. Yep, I remember why I had a chest specifically for diving the volcano because I forgot how terrifying that could be. I was like, yeah, no, I know what I'm doing. Say less. I've been here before. I've played these games before. Bitch, no, it's been a minute. Sorry. Where's the tutorial? What? Oh, God. Oh, no, that shit. Oh, God, that's okay. That's okay. Um, yeah, no, I thought I had a slingshot. I just got another one, but I thought I had one that was, I don't know. It doesn't matter if it's IRL or in game. I'd be losing track of shit all the time. If I put it down and I don't remember where I put it down, oh my god, it is lost to the void, and I'm sorry, I cannot help you. Gone. Why is my character? Oh, because I decided to summon more monsters. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Oh my god, you can't take me anywhere. Oh wait, I have mail. Fuck. Thank you, Pam, for the one battery. Shout out to Pam. Tomorrow we're all getting for the that was forever ago. Oops. Okay. Missed that event. Gus sent food in the mail. Okay. I found this in a drawer somewhere and I thought you could use it. Pam, what the fuck? Like, girl, what is she sending me? I ordered too much fertilizer for the garden and I bet you could put it to some good use. Actually, yes. You see how quickly these plots be disappearing? Yes, I could use more fertilizer, Jody. Not just a random Pam? A random uh battery. Pam? Girl? What? Uh um no. I do not. I want that pine cone. Thank you. Now I will go to sleep. Okay, yeah, no. So I started moving shit around, and then once I did that, I misplaced everything. I think my food drawer is nope, nope. That's a lot of fish. Yeah, I have my food drawer over here for some reason. Don't ask me why. I was thinking about originally having a shed in this game for organizing all the chests and storage and whatnot, but I'd like to have most of my materials here next to my crafting bench. I suppose that I could also make a crafting bench for there too, but I don't know. I've been really on the fence on a lot of things in this game in particular, and it's one reason why I don't stream it so much because I'm like, oh my god, it's not perfect, and it's like, Chibi, it's a fucking game. It's literally a game. It is not. It is not a final exam. Calm the fuck down. That more cheese. How much? I have 33 of them in here. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, maybe I'll like go and put chest here. I don't know. Where did that tile go? That's okay. We'll never know. Lost to the void, apparently. Oh, lesson learned. Prepare for the volcano. Lesson learned. My progress has been saved. Game? Game? Well, took 7.5 hours for me to get my game to fuck off. Okay, well, I guess I'll write that down. Okay, I guess really prepare for the volcano. Shit, game. Okay, that's fine. That that's fine. Just make a small little note of that. But yeah, okay. I guess that's a sign that uh yeah. I was trying to see how long things would last before it was like kind of needed to do like a little restart or something. I think we got our answer. But then again, I don't realistically know how long I'm gonna be doing 7.5 hour streams. But at the same time, who knows? Who knows? So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to try and first of all figure out what's going on, and then two, try and see if I can make any adjustments before the next stream. I'm hoping that I can do another little test stream. Hopefully, if I can get my webcam working. If not, I'm going to try and figure out how to get the fucking audio functioning. I I don't know where the audio went. So that's gonna be for the next stream. That's gonna be the next mission. Hopefully, I can do it for whatever game that I'm using. Uh, but I ideally it would be for available when I switch in between categories. So this was a good test. I think we got a lot done in this stream in particular. Um and yeah. But that being said, um I think I'm also just gonna turn in for the night. I wasn't expecting to do such a long stream, but glad that I'm glad that it did. It's really nice to be back. Um Ideally, I would like to say, yeah, I'm gonna stream tomorrow or later today, but I really don't know. I'm hoping to come back um before the weekend, you know. But honestly, I'm just trying to make things work so things like this don't happen. Anyways, yeah, because I managed to get the Twitch chat working, but my activity feed is not working, so I really don't know too much about notifications and whatnot, and that's something I need to fix as well. Kind of just making notes to myself. But yeah, I don't really have an outro or anything like that, but or at least not one memorized in for cases like this. But all of my socials and my links are going to be available on my website, jbkimiko.com, and yeah, including this. You should actually be able to, ideally, there's some way to okay, you know what, it doesn't even matter. Point is I'm very tired. I'm very grateful for anyone that came in, and yeah, hopefully next stream will not be as scuffed as this. But good night, everyone, and yeah, I'll see you later. Bye.